Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Renfrew County Finance and Administration Committee meeting. I'll call the meeting to order at 9:30 a.m. As we gather this morning, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of this committee and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history, and we are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Connie, has roll call been taken?
Through you, Chair, to committee, yes, roll call has been taken.
Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none. I'll call for a mover and a seconder for the adoption of the minutes of the previous meeting held August 12th and August 24th. Moved by Tom Peckett, seconded by Councillor Brose. All in favor? That's carried. And I'll turn the floor over to Jeff Foss to introduce our delegation. Mr. Foss.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members of the Finance and Administration Committee. It's my pleasure this morning to introduce to you Keith Taylor from One Investment, the Chief Investment Officer, as well as Colin McDonald, Manager of Investment Services with MFOA. It would be no surprise to anybody on this committee that the investment marketplace is certainly challenging and has been for some time. You will be aware of the fact that the County of Renfrew has a significant investment portfolio, and we are using traditionally the guaranteed investment certificate programs, which have been brokered through BMO Nesbitt Burns on our behalf, and we use sort of a 5-year laddered approach with about 1/5 of our portfolio becoming available to us on renewal each and every year. Renewals are challenging, and the rates are challenging, and the returns are challenging, and so we reached out to these gentlemen at One Investment and asked them to speak to you this morning about some changes that have taken place within the regulatory framework for municipalities with respect to investments. And we asked them really just to talk to you a little bit about some of the options that are available to us. Not looking to make any decisions or to move forward in a very formal way this morning, but really would like to hear from these gentlemen about what options might be available to us. And so with that, I'm not sure, I suspect maybe Keith might lead off our discussion this morning. And so if not, well, maybe we'll pick on Colin, but gentlemen, the floor is yours, and please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Foss. I'll actually be starting today. So I'm just going to share my screen very quickly with you here so you can follow along on with the presentation. Let's see. Okay, so I presume everyone can see my screen now. Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to start by giving you a bit of an intro to One Investment, a little bit about the legislation, a little bit about who our clients are, and some of the products we have to offer, including a bit of the governance and oversight structure we've set up at One Investment. And then Keith is going to take it over to delve a little bit more into the more complex areas of investing, like managing risk. Quickly, apologize. One Investment is a non-for-profit organization that was founded in 1993. You may be familiar with one of the partners involved in One Investment, which is LAS, a business arm of the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. The other partner in One Investment is the Municipal Finance Officers Association of Ontario. That's who I work for, which is is another municipal association. Both associations do a lot of advocacy work on behalf of the sector. In fact, what we like to say about One Investment is that it is an investment organization that was built by municipalities for municipalities. Understanding that that municipalities for many years have operated under very, very strict legislation when it comes to investments, and the municipality is typically responsible for ensuring that their investments are compliant with that legislation. And this program was designed in many ways to sort of offload that risk onto One Investment, whereby we work with our lawyers to ensure that all of our products are on side with the legislation. So as you'll note in our in our presentation here, we work with about 184 municipalities in Ontario, which represents about 39% of total municipalities. So our role in One Investment, again, is to make sure that we work with managers to ensure that all of our products and offerings are in line with the legislative requirements. It is one of our utmost concerns, and we check to make sure that that our products are aligned with sector limits, and that the managers performing according to performing well according to their benchmark. In addition, we do have a governance setup that sees dual oversight, partial oversight by our peer advisory committee, which is made up of municipal finance experts typically, and then we have our investment advisory committee, which is the way we keep in touch with the evolution of the investment industry. So they provide us that side, and then to make sure that we are constantly providing something that is relevant to municipalities, that is where the peer advisory committee comes in. Also, we regularly liaise with legal representatives just to make sure that everything remains compliant as the regulations or legislation may evolve. Again, we also make sure to provide appropriate reporting for staff and councils, and any support required when presenting. Annually, the treasurer must present an investment report to you, and we help facilitate that in any way possible. Now, here's a bit of a chart on who invests with One Investment. We do represent municipalities of all shapes and sizes, really. You'll notice that as of December 31st, 2020, at that time, we had about 15 municipal participants that were roughly the size of the county of Renfrew, kind of in that 50,000 to 100,000 range, which represents about 8% of our total investors, but 23, almost 24% of the money we manage. So over $650 million on behalf of municipalities that are your size. So we are very familiar with the issues of a municipality the size of the county of Renfrew, the issues and the needs, really. Now, to provide a bit of an overview of municipal legislation, there are some recent changes to the Act as of 2018 that sort of created two different segments or lanes of municipal legislation as it pertains to investments. So we have the legal list and prudent investor. I'm not going to talk about the prudent investor standard very much. It is new. It provides a very heavy governance structure, but it also removes some of the restrictions. Most municipalities, in fact, I think it's right now it's 438 municipalities are currently investing under the legal list regime. So that's where we're going to focus our attention today. And the legal list, really, it does set out a lot of conditions governing municipal investments. A lot of conservatism is built into the actual securities that you can invest in. So, a lot of the investments are government bonds, bank deposits, bankers' acceptances, but risk can also be controlled through the level of credit risk. So a lot of securities that a municipality is allowed to invest in must have a minimum rating, usually in the A- range. And also there are limitations by time frame. So municipalities aren't allowed to invest in fixed income, so bonds in particular, directly unless it has a time frame of less than 5 years. There is one exception to that, that one investment does have an exemption or an exception in the act and the regulation to be able to provide corporate bonds with a time frame of greater than 5 years. So that is a product that is only available through one investment. Additionally, Canadian equity is permitted under the legislation, or investment in Canadian equity, but that is only permitted through one investment. So the investment portfolio options that one investment has available is our high interest savings account. It is a pooled savings account, really, which, because we pool a lot of funds, we typically get a higher rate than a lot of smaller municipalities would. So the rate we get there is very competitive. We also have a money market fund, which is, again, for short-term investments, kind of in that 18-month range. A government bond portfolio, which is, again, for short to medium-term investments. Corporate bond fund, which is medium term. Again, we recommend, if you don't need your money for 4 years or longer, then that might be an appropriate vehicle. Again, that product is only available through one investment. It is only accessible by legislation through one investment. And Canadian equity, again, a longer term product. If you have money that you don't need for more than 5 years, this is an appropriate place to put that. Keith's going to talk about it a little bit later, but the Canadian Equity Fund, again, there is no comparable product offered by a bank, really, because the legislation only permits municipalities to invest in Canadian equities through one investment. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Keith, and he's going to talk a little bit about managing investment risk.
Thank you very much, Colin. Some people will approach the investment spectrum looking at return, but we don't think that that's the most appropriate way of doing it. Risk comes first. And actually, one of the major risks is that the money you set aside for whatever projects you have on the go or planned, that the money you set aside isn't there or isn't available to meet the needs when they arise. So part of that is all about, in layman's terms, putting your eggs in several different baskets, so they don't all break at the same time. That is the diversification argument under the investment world, which means your investment across different asset classes, whether it be fixed income or equities or the different sectors. The banking sector will perform very well when the energy sector is not, or vice versa. And spreading the risk out into different buckets, so to speak, helps reduce the volatility. And one of the friends for investors is time frame or time horizon. And that's what that little chart on the bottom shows. That's an indication of what the Canadian Stock Exchange did, basically for over almost 60-year period. And the whole point is that the different bars here are based on different investment time horizons. And over a 1-year period, over that time of frame that we did this study, that shows you the range of outcomes. There have been years where you've been able, since 1956, to get returns above 80% for a single year metric. And there's been years where you've lost almost 40%. Again, a single year metric. If the investment horizon is expanded to a longer time horizon, say 5 or 7 years, The volatility in the equity market. Markets can be very volatile in the short term, but there's typically growth. And given sufficient time to outgrow any bumps in the road, the average returns become a little bit more palatable and a little bit more normal. And that's where in the previous slide, Colin said the investment horizons relate to what you should invest in. And it's all about matter of being able to sit through the volatility, even if you buy at the wrong time and the market goes down. If you can sit in your hands for 5 or 7 years, you should have comfort that it's highly likely that the money you grow out of whatever deficit that might be there. Time is your friend. If you don't need your reserves for a long time, having an allocation to equity means you're likely to get more decent return. I'll just flip to the next slide. Just to carry on the discussion about diversification or having your eggs in different baskets. The other thing, maybe I'll just step away from the side for just a moment and say the COVID crisis. When COVID was hitting the headlines March last year, the equity markets didn't like that at all. They sold off precipitously in March and April. And the story I'm talking about here is diversification. What happened to bonds in that period of time? As the economy, as the central bank and the politicians responded to the crisis, bond prices actually went up. So that's the argument of diversification. And in times of crisis, that is what we typically will see, is that equity prices and fixed income returns go in opposite directions. So if you have a little bit in each one of your eggs in different baskets, even if the equities are volatile and sink this year, it's possible that the bonds in your portfolio or fixed income exposure will add stability to your overall portfolio. And this is the point being that a balanced approach tends to reduce the overall risk of your portfolio. So it's very straightforward concepts, splitting the risk into different buckets and remembering that if you don't need the money for a considerable amount of time, then you can take on a little bit more risk to increase the average returns. And it goes back to the points at the beginning. In the current environment where you're investing in GICs, the return you're going to get on those currently is, what was the read on inflation yesterday? Over 4%. You're getting nowhere near that in the GIC. So I think that your committee to look at this, it's extremely timely. Because I think it's time you should revisit about having a more diversified approach that includes equities. On the next slide, please. Of course, there's nothing's for free, and obviously when we present to council, there's always interest in how much it's going to cost them. What's the what needs to be considered with the way it works with our funds. Sorry, I should say our portfolios. The fees that are associated with running those portfolios are charged to the portfolios themselves. And that covers all the costs of running those portfolios, the custodial costs, the cost of hiring external managers to provide the investment management services, provide the reporting, provide a level of investment oversight. Also, because if you're doing it through one investment, we guarantee compliance with the regulations. So the fees, it varies by portfolio, but there's nothing that's invoiced directly to the municipality. It comes out of the fund value, so it basically offsets some of the upside potential in the investment products. With that, I think that we've spoken, I guess, as long as we should. I think it's appropriate that we pass it back to you fine folks to ask us any questions. It's appropriate.
So thank you, and we'll open it up to council if they have any questions.
Connie, maybe we could stop sharing the screen and that way the chair can see any hands. Thank you, ma'am.
Councillor Brose. You're on mute there, Jeff. James.
Oh, thank you, Brian. Or I just was rubbing my forehead. I really didn't have my hand up.
Oh, okay, sorry. Is there any questions of council? Seeing none, I'm wondering, Jeff, if it would be possible to get this presentation and share it with the clerks and treasurers at the next meeting or previous to that.
Absolutely, Chair, and we have a fall meeting that we are still trying to coordinate with all of your local treasurers, and that would be an excellent topic for us to discuss. And just since I have the floor, I would like to thank Colin and Keith for your time today. Of course, we've spoken directly on a couple of previous occasions. Nice to see you again, and thank you so much for this morning.
Thank you for the opportunity. Pleasure speaking with you.
Okay, and now we'll move on to the administration report, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Morrow.
Thank you, Chair. The first item, Chair, in the administration report, item number 1 is the public communications group. So that is the work that Michael Barber continues to do through a consortium of other communication experts as it relates to COVID. And for item number 1, just speaks to the ongoing messaging that we continue to provide with an emphasis on promoting vaccinations within our community. Item number 2 is the funding through Ontario Trillium, the Community Building Fund. I would note that for this particular fund, it is geared towards recreational facilities. So wanted to put that on your radar screen at the local municipal level, because I think this is a real opportunity for many of the local municipalities to apply. Item number 3 is the Accessibility Municipal Accessible Advisory Committee. We have struck a working group here at the county to deal with our challenges. We are slowly making progress on making sure that we get our electronic documents back up on our website following committee meetings. So we have started to make some progress. What we're shooting for now is any documents that we produce on an ongoing basis fall into the accessible category, and we can get them posted. And then we will start working on the backlog of documents that were prepared prior to that we had to take down, that were no longer considered accessible. We also now have a link on our website that should someone want to request a document that is not there, they can fill out an automated form and it goes to our IT folks who submit it through Rose, and we can provide them with the form with the caveat that it may not be accessible or be in an accessible format at this time. So again, we're putting in the processes in place to deal with this particular issue following our audit from the province of Ontario. But I don't think we're alone in this particular issue, and we continue to communicate as well with other local municipalities and our peers on this particular topic. Chair, if I may, I'll move to item number 4, continuity of operations. This is our ongoing section that we provide in terms of updates to the Finance and Admin Committee as it relates to our COVID operations. We continue to overall, with respect to the this building, we continue to follow all COVID policies. Members of the public are permitted into the building. However, they must follow the screening process and sign in. And we, again, will meet with a number of folks depending on room capacity and ensuring masks are worn. And again, all the necessary precautions are in place. With that said, maybe I will turn it over to Mr. Blackmore just to do his piece in this report, a brief summary of where long-term care is, and then I will go to each director just to ask them to report on and just the administrative component of where we are organizationally, Chair. So, Mr. Blackmore.
Thank you, Paul. Through you, Chair, to committee. So both the Manor and the Lodge continue to meet or exceed ongoing COVID IPAC prevention measures in conjunction with the Renfrew County District Health Unit, of course, the Medical Officer of Health. So we have seen some loosening of restrictions. I know all the talk is of the fourth wave and things escalating for the fall. But in the previous weeks, we've seen a little bit of loosening with regard to those residents that are fully vaccinated, for which the greater majority of both the Manor and the Lodge are over 91%. So they've been afforded the ability to be able to leave the building and come back without having to be isolated, as was the previous case. Some further developments, both homes have received direction from the Ministry of Health, long-term care rather, in preparation for fall, fourth wave escalation, to basically engage in some tabletop exercises, reviewing existing policies, procedures, and directives, and making sure we are where we need to be. We've engaged in those tabletop exercises, and we're currently revising some policies. Another update since we last spoke was with regard to third dose for residents considered to be in a congregate setting, being our more vulnerable populations. So we've engaged in third dose vaccines. I'm pleased to report that Bonnechere Manor, all eligible residents have had their third dose, 100%, and Miramichi Lodge engaged in our first clinic yesterday. For those eligible, 130 have received their third dose of vaccine as well. Just with regard to vaccination, what that means for visitors and staff, people entering the building. So those individuals unvaccinated require rapid testing, and we're required to test 3 times weekly. For those unvaccinated, we're moving to a daily testing on Monday, just to further beef up our efforts with regard to, basically our preparedness. So I think in a nutshell, that's the highlights for long-term care. And as you can see, it's greatly COVID focused.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, I'll continue to move along. Thank you. Just one comment on Mike's without getting into the details. The one comment I would make in terms of operational element of long-term care is, the last 18 months or 2 years have taken a toll on staff. And so I did want to make committee aware that Mike has a number of staff off these days, whether it's dealing with personal challenges or stress leave. But again, I would attribute part of it to COVID, and Mike is working through that, getting the necessary staff in place to deal with those staffing challenges he's facing. But did want to make committee aware that he does have some challenges to work through as it relates to staffing. So with that, I will move on next to emergency services and ask Chief Nolan to speak. Now, I know Chief Nolan is also in another meeting, so I've asked him to give this update and then recommended that he move off to his other meeting. So thank you, Chief Nolan, for joining us.
Great. Thank you, Paul, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to report related to the emergency services activity and continuity of operations. Certainly, the majority of our effort continues to be responding to 911 calls. We've seen a significant uptick in mental health related issues in the community and substance related issues as well. The frontline paramedics are also experiencing significant challenges related to offload delay, as many hospitals across the region are sitting somewhere between 50 and 60% their normal staffing in the emergency departments and throughout the hospital. So this puts a significant challenge on the paramedics in terms of transfer of care, in terms of quality of care, and availability of places clinically for patients across the region. As the co-chair of the Champlain Emergency Services Network, this is not only the case across Eastern Ontario, but in fact across all of Ontario, and one might even argue Canada. When we're looking at significant staffing shortages for the reasons that Paul spoke to in long-term care being far-reaching across the healthcare sector, there are without a doubt unprecedented challenges, knowing that we're also experiencing now increases in COVID positivity rates and the requirements for testing going into fall. So we are in a very, very difficult situation. When we talk about system capacity, we've talked about hospital capacity, ICU capacity, pediatric ICU capacity, which will become a conversation in the coming weeks as a result of the resumption of school and the unvaccinated youth population. Know that the system as a whole is existing on a wire right now. And I think that it's important for everyone to remember that, as the last few weeks and months have given us a false sigh of relief in terms of where we're at as part of this process. Despite those efforts, from the service perspective, we have upped our swabbing activity in the past few weeks, and we're expecting and already experiencing a significant surge in demand. The vaccine team is now readying themselves for the potential availability of pediatric vaccinations beginning this fall, which represent a significant part of our population, as has the recent policy announcements by the province about vaccine passports and vaccine requirements. So we're getting pressure from all around these days. Despite that, our frontline paramedics, the dispatchers, our administrative, logistics staff, and so on, remain ready for the challenge. But I can tell you that from a continuity of operations perspective, I think our greatest threat is fatigue and staff becoming disenfranchised with the ongoing pressures related to COVID, not only in the workplace, but also at home. So I just want to make sure that we're all cognizant of that, and you don't have to be a frontline paramedic to have felt the effects of COVID, nor do you have to necessarily be a healthcare worker at all. We're all feeling it at home, at work, and all around us. And I think we need to be cognizant of that as we look at what our resumption of service policies and practices look like within our organization. We have also seen through the VTAC a significant increase in utilization from the public. So we are now, as we've transitioned the administrative staff and the scheduling for physicians across, now trying to right size our availability of physician coverage and community paramedics to the demand that we're seeing in the community. The warden, CAO, and others have done an exceptional job in terms of advocating provincially and through the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus in terms of the need for Renfrew County VTAC and it being a transferable model to other jurisdictions. I can't say enough in terms of what it's done to reduce the burden on 911 and hospital admissions and hospitalization of people from the community, because they have barrier-free access to primary care, albeit not full service primary care, right? RCVTAC is not a surrogate for managing complex chronic disease. It is an excellent tool for managing episodic care and assisting people to get just-in-time care for issues that are not intended to be of lifelong challenge. So we need to remember that and continue to support the need for physician recruitment, as well as looking at innovative models for providing full service primary care alongside the Renfrew County VTAC model, as we've been doing. We're also working internally with corporate services and other departments in terms of sharing staff, in terms of sharing resources, and recognizing that we've all had to shift in a number of different ways, not the least of which is our physical space. So thanks to Craig and Paul and others who have been able to establish a footprint for us back in the Pembroke administration building, as we were sharing that space with other departments as they were transitioning in the building. And a big thank you to Community Services for their support and ongoing support of space in Renfrew County Place and as well in Arnprior from time to time. So we'll continue those efforts, and we are working, as you'll see further in the document, on a service level agreement with finance and administration in terms of what our service level agreements will be between departments. And I think that this is an important first step in not only understanding departmentally what our expectations are back and forth, but also being able to better understand where we can find efficiencies within our departments to be able to support, of course, the public and the services that we're providing on a day-to-day basis. So Paul and Jeff and I are working through that process now. And I hope in the coming months, we'll be able to pin something down that meets everybody's needs. So with that, Paul, I'll turn it back to you. Thanks.
Thank you for that, sir. If I may, Chair, I'll continue on with Mr. Foss.
Please.
Thank you, Chair. So corporate services, following our last month's county council meeting, of course, councillors had an opportunity to tour this newly renovated building. The occupancy permit that we were given for the corporate services area just prior to your tour of the building meant that my staff were no longer working in various temporary locations throughout the building. And as Mike mentioned, many of us were in the emergency services area trying to find a home for a number of months while the renovations were complete, but that's come to an end. So happy to report that all of my staff are 100% on site. Everybody is working in their location. Of course, we have opened the front reception area. We are open to the public. And so that front reception area is available. And it's one of the responsibilities of the finance department is to coordinate staff to be available Monday to Friday, 8 to 4. In that reception area for walk-in traffic, for couriers, as well as obviously managing all of the reception telephones. Human resources as well, 100% of the staff are on site in their area and working as well. Essentially, it's the same story for information technology and provincial offences court. You should be aware that the Ministry of the Attorney General has not allowed us to move forward with in-person court meetings at this time. There seems to be a bit of an indication that the month of November, they are targeting for in-person court again. But until then, we continue with remote audio or video via Zoom court sessions that are happening on a weekly basis. But of course, our POA cashier door has been open and since June the 7th, and staff have always been working within the facilities. And so now we are open to the public and able to engage them right at that front counter. So I think just very, very quickly, Chair, corporate services is on site and we are functioning within this newly renovated facility. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair. Thanks for that, Jeff. And Chair, if I may, I'll turn it over to Laura, Community Services.
Good morning, and through you, Chair, to committee. The Community Services offices in Renfrew, Pembroke, and Arnprior are open to the public. Our Keeloo office remains closed just because the municipal building is closed, and we have service available through electronic methods as well for our Keeloo clients. We have people coming in, not large numbers. It's more the phone calls that we're dealing with the most of the time, but our staff continue to provide front counter service in all of our locations. We have staff continuing to work a mixed method of some at home and some in the office. They all come into the office at some point during the week. We just don't have them all in at the same time in terms of the back office area. We have many services that we offer, that we continue to offer electronically. A lot of clients do prefer to, when they can, to use electronic methods to communicate with us. All of the work is being done timely. Nobody is being held up. And our offices are open from 8 to 4 daily. I understand as well with the Renfrew County housing maintenance and custodial duties, though that work continues. We still have move outs and move ins and all the work that needs to take place with that, as well as all the emergency work orders and regular work orders. And that, Chair, would be the update from Community Services. I'll hand it back to you, Paul.
Thank you for that, Laura. Chair, if I may, I'll turn it over to Public Works, Mr. Perkins.
Good morning, committee, and through you, Chair, to committee. Public Works and Engineering, as you can read from our report, there is thankfully we have no COVID absences in our work group. Everybody is engaged here at the office. All our staff, they still have the hybrid option available to them if they desire. So actually right now, no one's been taking advantage of it. So our crews are out on the road, cluing up the capital works for this year. And again, kudos to all the maintenance crews. Those guys are, I would like to say guys and ladies, but we don't have any ladies in our public works crew, are continuing to keep with the COVID restrictions and we're status quo, and we hope to continue, knock wood. And that's our report. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lee. And finally, Chair, I'll turn it over to Mr. Kelly.
Good morning, everyone. Happy that everybody's happy with their office space so far. That's welcome news for the Development Property Committee or the department. So same holds true for our department. We are still a bit of a hybrid. Most of the folks are now in a lot of the time. The public has started to make their way in here for business advice and especially planning advice. But for the most part, we are shying away from those meetings and encouraging virtual meetings where possible with our clients. So that will continue for some time until we get the things under control a little bit better. But work continues and things are getting done. Thank you, committee.
Thank you for that, Craig. Chair, if I may, that concludes the information items in my report, sir.
Okay, thank you, Paul. What we'll do is go back through the information items, see if there's any questions of council. So item number 1, communications, public COVID-19. Any questions of council or committee? Seeing none. Item 2, funding community building fund.
Warden has her hand up, sir.
Oh, Warden Robinson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just note in the first bullet that trails is one of the qualifying items. Are we applying for the Algonquin Trail through this committee or through this fund?
Chair, if I may defer that to Mr. Kelly.
Yes, Craig.
I am just, we're just so many funds around here. So the Trillium Fund, we are looking at the KNP as a recipient to this fund. We have other provincial funds taking place on the Algonquin Trail right now. So the KNP is likely to be a recipient for the Trillium application.
Thank you. Anything further? Seeing none. 3, accessibility. 4, continuity of operations. Warden Robinson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just threw out the report, and especially when Chief Nolan was speaking about the fatigue that our staff are feeling. And as he's rightly indicated, it's not just the frontline healthcare workers. So I'm just wondering, and I would suspect, again, although I'm sure human resources are also feeling the fatigue, is there some way of us at least looking at this issue and trying to we can't take COVID away from anybody. If we could, we'd take it away from all of us. We're all fatigued, but there has to be we have to do something other than acknowledging it that it's an issue. Is there something we can do to mitigate the impact on our staff?
Thank you for that, Chair, if I may. We will be having a senior leadership team meet next week, and that will be one of the points of the conversation. But I have had conversations with our social committee folks within this building and others. I know Mike is doing specific activities with paramedics in terms of staff recognition, doing what he can do. But I think corporately we need to have a conversation. So thank you for the question, Warden. You're absolutely right. We need to have a conversation at the senior leadership team to put something in place.
And Warden Robinson.
Thank you, supplementary chair. I'm really glad to hear that. And, if there's something that we can do that doesn't require any of our staff to work on it, that we could get an outside group or whatever to do that, because it's as I said, everyone is feeling it from the top down, and including county council. So if we need some support or help or ideas to to show our staff that we recognize what they're going through and we appreciate what they're going through. And, you know, sometimes just that acknowledgement alone means a lot to folks, but I don't think it should be put on the backs of any of our staff to create it either. So just going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank
that.
you. Councillor Rose, did you have a question as well?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And basically just, excuse me, a follow-up to what the warden was speaking about. I noticed in the emergency services budget, there was a special project to deal with PTSD and the fatigue risk management. And I was just wondering if that was particularly there for the COVID issues, or was that still part of the workman's compensation increases that emergency services was dealing with? And maybe that program could be expanded. Just wondering if, yes, maybe Paul could answer that.
Thank you. I think Chair Brose hit the nail on the head. The origins of that budget item were back to our WSIB expenses and supporting our paramedics as it relates to PTSD claims within the workplace. Mike continues to utilize that. In fact, Jeff and I were talking about it this morning. It is being well utilized. I would like to make committee aware, though, that all staff have a Morneau Chappelle access to counseling supports. And I think, you know, I think part of what the warden was getting at in her suggestion was maybe we need to reach out to our staff and remind them of what tools are available to them as well, as a component of maybe something a little bit more broad. So I'll leave it at that, but I hope that answers your question, Councillor Brose.
Anything further? Seeing none, so we'll move on to resolutions. And if I can ask Paul to read the resolution, and then I'll look for a mover.
My apologies for the delay, Chair. Recommendation around that the Finance and Administration Committee recommends to County Council that the County of Renfrew serve as the funding recipient for the Network 24 Ontario Health Team, and further that these arrangements be revisited once the Network 24 Ontario Health Team becomes an independent and self-governing organization.
Can I have a mover to get this on the floor? Councillor Peckett, seconded by Councillor Donahue.
Chair, if I may, I'll provide some background.
Thank you.
So as you're aware, Council has appointed me to participate in this process and be part of the creation of the Network 24 Ontario Health Team for this part of the County of Renfrew. I know it's Council's will that ultimately at the end of the day that there be elected representation on this, and I continue to raise that issue. In fact, I raised it with Declan Rowan the other day, who's helping to lead our process. Right now, where we are in terms of the process is they are proceeding to develop the CDMA, and that's the Collective Decision-Making Model Agreement with the province. Once that document is prepared and submitted to the province has committed to advancing them approximately $1 million that would be held if this resolution passes by the County of Renfrew. That would help them to create bylaws and the structure, put the structure in place, bylaws and those types of things, which would be the basis of a future Ontario Health Team here. So in my conversation with Mr. Foss, this is not new to us. We've done this for numerous organizations where we serve as the banker and we provide the audited statements to make sure that we have the transfer payment agreement with the province of Ontario. So essentially that's the background, that's where they are in the process.
Thank you. Questions of committee, Councillor or Warden Robinson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Through you to Mr. Morrow. It will take some work from our staff to do this. So are we compensated for it?
We are not compensated for it.
Councillor Sweet.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Perhaps just give me some clarity on this. This Network 24, this is a funding initiative somehow or other. It's a flow through funding process, is that, as I understand it. Does this in any way impact the funding flow to, for example, in Petawawa, the family health team that's situated there? Or is this just another layer on the onion type of thing for funding and flow through? What is the benefit of this Network 24?
The benefit of the Network 24, it is essentially a place replacing what we know now as the LIN. So it will be creating a new structure. And I anticipate, Chair Sweet, that someday the funds will flow through the Ontario Health Team, then will flow out to groups like Petawawa Centennial Health Center, the seniors programs that are currently funded through the LIN, but they're not there yet. This is the first step in reviewing or creating the governance structure and the corporate structure for the Network 24. And I know it's not the best name, and the group will be revisiting what that name looks like down the road, but it is the first step in putting this organization in place that I think that someday will be the group that will hold the dollars and flow them to various organizations in our community.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Donoghue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps just to flesh out a little bit more Mr. Morrow's comments, that is in fact the initiative of the government of Ontario that, if memory serves, I don't think they were particularly enamored of the LIN model of funding from the time it was initially rolled out. You will note that the background or context for this resolution, I believe, does make reference to LSAWs, MSAWs. We see them around, well, this virtual table, let us say, figurative table, with respect to long-term care, with respect to the paramedic services. Certainly, it has been the experience. I know Councillor Sweet at one time was also a member of the Board of Health. The Board of Health is also governed by one of these SAW agreements. But that is, we are still continue to be in that transition phase from the LIN model to the Ontario Health Team, which is going to, I'm not precisely sure what Ontario Health, which is a new structure at a provincial level. There are 5, as I understand, sub-regions within Ontario, but it's not a belief, it is the intent of the provincial government that these agencies are going to be the funding agencies. So that's why certainly it has been my opinion to be fervently expecting, given the level of health services that are afforded through the, or funded both through and administered through the County of Renfrew, that it's imperative that there be a municipal representative on what that board is moving forward. I think that what this is perhaps is the microcosm of that, that the role that the County of Renfrew is playing here is in that transition, but is demonstrating the competence and capacity to engage in that. And I think that that is going to demonstrate the need for the County of Renfrew to be a part of the governance of this association as well.
Great. Thank you. Anything further? Councillor Sweet.
Yeah, thank you very much. This seems like a huge funding model if it's collecting all of the various aspects that you just referred to. And so do I understand in the future from from Paul that family health teams will have to apply through this Ontario Health Team for their funding for their operations? Is that how you see this unfolding? I know it's very premature at this point in time, but is that the perception that that will be in place for the family health teams?
I expect that in a number of years, yes, we may get there. But like you say, that's premature at this point. Yeah. But I do believe that will be the vision of the province.
Really? Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Warden Robinson.
Thank you very much, Chair. And just to add to Councillor Donohue's description of the Ontario Health Team, I think it's also important to understand that, and so Councillor Sweet's referring to the Petawawa Centennial Family Health Center, they have a seat at that table right now. So all of these organizations that are going to depend on funding flowing through the OHT at some point are already sitting at that table, and they already have a voice, so which is crucial. It's not a hospital-driven initiative. It may have started that way, but it is all of these funding. Anybody who's receiving funding from the Ministry of Health in the County of Renfrew, those folks get to sit at the table, as well as Paul can correct me if I'm wrong, but I actually think there's also some community service organizations that are sitting there. So they will have a voice, and it's not like they will just be sitting back outside the room waiting for someone to cut a check. They will have a voice going forward in this whole process. And that's why we need a voice as well as an elected representative on that governance body.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Donohue.
Thank you once again, Mr. Chair, and thank you both to Mr. Morrow and Warden Robinson for triggering for me. So at the outset, committee may recall that it was often referred to as a low rules environment. What seems like 5 years ago, but that's in COVID time, is really only about 2 years ago that this process was initiated. It is becoming much more refined and more distilled vis-a-vis the rules environment, let us say. Mr. Morrow had spoken to the CDMA, and I can't recall what the initial C was, but this is the decision-making agreement. So it will be the guiding document at the foundation level of how are we going to move forward. So as I understand, the County of Renfrew does actually have a seat at that table of the engagement with Network 24. The perhaps most challenging aspect to any of these health teams, those that have already been given approval, those that are in progress, is and at the initial approval, even of those that have moved forward, they had not yet tackled the governance, and that is going to be perhaps a difficult yet not impossible. I want to make that clear. That this is going to require dedicated commitment from all of the parties there. But that is the difference between where we are at now and where we are ultimately going, is not necessarily everyone that is participating in the development is going to be sitting on the governance. I do not know what that's going to look like, and I do not believe there is anyone knows what it's going to look like. But I'll remind committee once again that certainly with significant provincial dollars, but also with levy dollars from the County of Renfrew. The County of Renfrew, through long-term care paramedic service and the funding of public health, is administering $50 million worth of health services in the County of Renfrew, which positions the County of Renfrew, I think, second only in the entire County of Renfrew as a funding agent for health services.
Thank you. Anything further? Seeing not, so I'm going to call on a vote to move the recommendation forward. All in favor? And that's carried. And we'll move to item number 6, Municipal Modernization Program. And I'll ask Paul if you could read the recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. The recommendation reads that the Finance and Administration Committee recommend to County Council that staff be directed to complete an application under the Municipal Modernization Program Intake 3 by October 19th, 2021 deadline, and further that the application focus on the implementation of the recommendations of the Information Technology Digital Strategy that recently received funding under Intake 2, and further that if approved for funding, staff will report back to committee and County Council to recommend any cost sharing budgetary implications. So I'll stop there.
Okay. So do you want to give any more background, or we'll just open it?
Would you like a mover and a seconder, Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, can we have a mover, right? Moved by Councillor Bros, seconded by Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Chair. So background, so the province has recently announced an intake 3 for the municipal modernization program. We have been very successful in the past with that. That supported our service delivery review. It is now supporting the delivery of our digital IT and information technology strategy that has currently been awarded, and Jeff, I believe, has initiated over the last couple of days. We anticipate we will see recommendations out of that study. So in anticipation of that work being completed, we know that there's going to be some things that we would want to change and some things that we possibly could change in collaboration with the local municipalities as well. Maybe Jeff, not to put you on the spot, sorry, you're just about to drink your coffee, but Jeff, if you could add a little bit more in terms of the IT strategy and where you see it going and what some of the outcomes may be that would fall under this program.
Thank you, Paul, and through you, Chair. And of course, just last month, this committee received a recommendation for us to move forward with a proposal developed by the Perry Group. We've begun sort of a number of kickoff meetings with the Perry Group, and they will meet with all of the senior leadership team next week on Tuesday, as a matter of fact, to begin, that the process, which would be very similar to what we did at the Service Delivery Review Project, really getting a well-grounded understanding of our IT needs, not only from the IT department, but from the user. So the directors, managers, supervisors, technical staff, all the way through the organization. The Perry Group, of course, I think we selected them. One of the reasons we selected them was because of their vast municipal experience. These folks are actually former municipal employees for large regional municipalities in Ontario, holding positions of IT directors and IT managers. So they really get it. They really understand municipal needs, the environment that we work in, the public that we serve. And so we feel very comfortable with engaging with them and the project moving forward. As Paul mentioned, we applied for funding under the Municipal Modernization Program Intake 2, and we were successful in receiving that funding. And so the cost of the work the Perry Group is doing is covered 100% by that fund that we applied for. There was also a Part B of Municipal Modernization Intake 2, which was the implementation stream. And we applied for and received about $300,000 in funding. And that will, I think it's an 80-20 or maybe 75-25 funding split for the implementation stream. So based on what comes out of the IT strategy document, we have already some funds available to assist us in perhaps making those changes and acquiring some of the IT infrastructure that may be recommended from that report. And as Paul mentioned, we've been very successful in our applications to date. Here's a round 3, and again, it's there is an IT component to it. So we are looking to the province for any additional funding that might help support the implementation of this IT strategy. The strategy timeline, it will come back to committee and council in Q1 of 2022, and the funds need to be spent. The implementation funds need to be spent by September the 30th of 2022, which gives us that 6-month planning horizon to ensure that we've sought out the right partners that are able to implement some of the recommendations coming from the IT strategy document. So I think all the pieces are falling into place. The timeline is good, and this is another opportunity for us to access some funds without really having a list of what we really need to purchase in 2022. We are trying to put some money in the bank to get ready for what that IT strategy document will tell us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anything further? Councillor Brose.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm just for clarification, then this application for additional funding is strictly going to be directed towards the IT services integration and upgrade, or will there be any other consideration? One of my thoughts is I know most of County Council was interested in a human resource shared service with the county. Would that be included in this funding application, or is it strictly for IT?
If I may, Chair, this one focuses on the outcome and delivery for the IT and digital strategy. So it's not just, it's a little bit more broad, I would say, than just specific IT, servers, computers, those types of things. It would have some applications associated with it. But I would ask Councillor Brose to hear Mr. Foss's presentation that is coming up around human resources, and I hope that answers your question a little bit later on in the report.
Thank you. Anything further? One question, either of Paul or Jeff. Through this study, will there be any thought given to providing support to lower tier municipalities?
Mr. Foss?
Jeff?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Maybe I can answer that one. So during our kickoff meeting with the Perry Group, one of the very first things that we talked about was our local municipalities, because we are a county or a county level of government. They're well aware of the fact that we are representative of 17 local municipalities. And so the kickoff meeting that will take place with our senior leadership team next week is sort of one of the elements that the Perry Group will be moving forward with, but they would also like to have an opportunity to explore these similar conversations with our local municipalities. That discussion would be really in line with your question, Chair, with respect to, how will this involve, or how might this assist our local municipalities? And so I think the Perry Group wants to have that conversation and wants to include that in their digital strategy on a go-forward basis. So we are considering that, and we are planning for that. And so stay tuned. There will be someone reaching out to each local municipality to gain some input in this process that we're undertaking.
Thank you very much. Nothing further. So I'll call for the vote on moving the recommendation forward. All in favor? That's carried. And the next item is procedural bylaw agenda update.
Thank you,
Paul,
Chair.
can
I'll
you
read
read the
the
recommendation?
Thank you, sir. The recommendation that the Finance and Administration Committee recommend that bylaw 85-10 as amended, a bylaw to govern the proceedings of council and committees of the County of Renfrew, be revised at the next session of County Council to amend Section 16 inaugural agenda, Section 18 regular agenda, and Section 26 committee agenda to include an item entitled land acknowledgement to be read at each council and committee meeting.
Thank you. If we can ask for a mover. Councillor Swede, seconded by Councillor Doncaster. And Paul, do you want to go into the background?
Yep, thank you, Chair. So without having it in the past in our procedural bylaw, the warden has previously read it as part of the warden's address. However, as we start to become more aware of our obligations with respect to truth and reconciliation, we have determined that it would be best to incorporate the land acknowledgement actually within the procedural bylaw as part of the agenda structures. So it is there and in place, allowing us to continue that practice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions? Warden Robinson.
Thank you very much, Chair. And once again, I asked committee chairs to do something that all of you gladly did in contravention of the procedural bylaw as it stands today. So thank you for that. I would suggest, however, that I'm looking at numbers, the inaugural agenda and then the regular agenda, and both land acknowledgement land as item G. I really think that it should be right after the call to order of all meetings. Unless I'm reading that incorrectly, I see that the committee agenda, it is listed as the second item after calling the meeting to order. So I think that's more appropriate at that point.
Yeah.
And I do apologize again for putting all the committee chairs at risk of being reprimanded by whomever would be the top person. I'm actually surprised, Councillor Donahue, that you did not point out that we were in contravention of the procedural bylaw, although you did read it yesterday too. So thank you for that.
So, Paul, do you want to respond to the request from the warden?
Sure, and if I may, I'm happy to make that change as a friendly amendment and when we bring it forward to County Council. So on page 15 of the report, it is identified as G. And what I think I'm hearing the warden say is she would like it as item B,
Yes.
immediately following the call to order. Turning the page then to page 16, which would be in the regular agenda. I believe you would like it as item 2I or whatever, how you would say that. Okay, and that's just for clarity. Then I would go to the committee agenda and it would stay where it is.
Correct.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll make that change if that's agreeable to committee as a friendly amendment.
Okay, and nothing further. So I'll call on the vote for moving the recommendation forward. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. So we'll be moving to the corporate services. I wonder if we could take a 5-minute break before. Would everyone be in favor of that? Okay, so back.
Administration report.
All in favor?
Thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you and welcome back. I'll move back to the administrative report. Rose made me aware that I didn't ask for a mover and a seconder, so we'll try to do a better job on it this time. And if I can have a mover on the administrative report. Moved by Councillor Brose, seconded by Councillor Sweet. All in favor? And carried. Thank you. And now we'll move to the corporate services and Mr. Foss.
Thank you, Chair. So corporate services report begins on page 18 of your package today. Just before I begin with item number 1, we do have with us on the call today, on the virtual call today, our POA manager, Ms. Jeanette Poole. And I should make this committee aware of the fact that Ms. Poole has made a big decision recently and that she will be moving forward to retirement. So just want to congratulate Ms. Poole for many, many years working with the County of Renfrew. The province of Ontario downloaded provincial offences court responsibilities to us on October the 1st of 2000, and one of those very first employees that we had in the office at that time was Ms. Poole. So she has been with us through thick and thin, the entire transfer, all of the training, on the ICON system, which of course hasn't changed in the last 20 some years and probably 20 years before that. But we certainly will be missing her experience in that role. And of course, mentioning that to you this morning because you may have been aware of the fact that we have recently put some recruiting advertising out to look for a replacement. And Jeanette has been kind enough to agree to assist us with that process and that transition process. And so we certainly wish her all the very best as she makes this decision and moves toward retirement. But in speaking with her, she has lots and lots and lots planned for those days where she is not in this office. And so she's quite looking forward to it. So congratulations to Jeanette, and we wish her all the very best.
Congratulations.
Yeah, so item number 1 on our package is the Treasurer's Report to June the 30th of 2021. You will see attached as Appendix 1 this one-page financial summary, as well as the Treasurer's Reports for the General Revenue Fund, Bonnechere Manor, Miramichi Lodge, the Public Works Group, as well as the Renfrew County Housing Corporation. And of course, our second levy payment from local municipalities to the County of Renfrew is dated June the 30th. And so those funds came in really on the last day of this reporting period. And so that is reflected in the statements that you are looking at. We do have an item dealing with COVID later in my report, but just wanted this committee to be aware of the fact that, we have I believe the count is now 37. I think we have 37 separate funding streams related to incremental COVID support throughout our organization. And so all of that funding has been reconciled with expenses to date in each one of our divisions that are receiving COVID funds. And so the June 30th financial statements reflect the matching of revenues and expenses for all COVID related activities. Item 2, Provincial Offences Administration workload, and that report comes to you each and every month, and you'll see the May, June, July, and August activity levels before you. And I think, as I mentioned at last month's meeting, we were in July 992 charges, and now 879, just under the 900 mark. So that gets us fairly close to that 11 to 12,000 charges on an annual basis. And so, this is fairly typical of what we experienced through the summer months. And we'll see, if that holds as we move toward the fall. Item number 3 then is really an additional report that we started to bring to you in 2021. Of course, we do not have all of our in-person court sessions. We are doing virtual court, and due to limited justice of the peace availability, they have canceled a number of our court settings, and so typically we're seeing 2 of our court dates every month being canceled. That, of course, combined with the fact that all court activities were closed for quite some time during this pandemic process, means that we have developed a pretty significant backlog. And so the August numbers actually reflect an increase in our backlog number of charges. We are over 1,000 in backlog. And given the number of court days that are available to us currently, this would take 44 days of court to clear the backlog. And at our current rate, that's a 15-month backlog. So we continue to struggle with our available court days and the number of POA charges that are coming forward. Item number 4 is our 2022 budget guidelines. At last month's meeting, we did talk to this committee and let County Council know that we do have a budget development schedule that staff follow, and one of the very first items that appear on our budget schedule is really this discussion that we need to have with this committee and all of County Council, seeking your direction on how we should approach budget 2022. There's an awful lot of work and an awful lot of planning and an awful lot of time goes into the budget development at the County of Renfrew. And so we need to understand the framework that we're operating within at the very beginning of the process. So one of the elements that are pretty significant for us, of course, is the long-term financial plan and the elements that are contained in that plan. And so one of the items that we seek is for this committee to confirm the principles that are in that plan, which include a number of items: a target 3% levy, a restriction on the use of that levy to only 2.5% for operating expenses, dedicating any CVA weighted growth to the long-term capital plan, any projects that are in excess of $3 million, that we debt finance those projects, that we at least plan for provincial funding of $500,000 a year, even if the province hasn't committed to that, and that we utilize the annual gas tax funding to support our capital plan. We also have this restriction on not allowing our capital reserves over the planning horizon to fall below the $2 million mark. So that's certainly the one of the items that we're seeking some direction on. Secondly, of course, in concert with that is the levy target for 2022. Now, the long-term financial plan suggests 3%. So we're seeking confirmation specifically of that for 2022. The third item, of course, is although we have collective agreements with CUPE and ONA throughout our organization, those agreements are all in place or to be ratified. We are still bargaining with the paramedic group, but all the other agreements, the negotiations have taken place. But for the non-union group, we seek direction on an annual basis of what are council's wishes for us for a cost of living increase for the non-union group. I have attached, I believe, as Appendix 3, what was the Ontario Consumer Price Index and inflation rate for 2021, and of course on a monthly basis. That chart is somewhat reflective of. I think last month, July was 3.5%. Before that, 3.2. April was 3.7. And of course, you may be aware of what we saw as recent announcements effective September the 15th, that Canada's annual inflation rate is now in excess of 4%. It sits at 4.1%. And of course, that is an item that is being hotly debated and discussed in the current political climate and within the federal election. So of course, staff are looking for some guidance on what we should use as our COLA target moving forward. And then, of course, the budget schedule is attached as well. And that leads us up to those two important dates in January, where we hold our budget workshop with council. I wondered, Chair, if that might be a good opportunity for us to hold the report and to cover off those items, including the discussion on budget guidelines.
Okay. So are you suggesting we go back and ask questions on the items to date?
If you wish, Chair, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So item number 1, Treasurer's Report. Any questions of committee? Councillor Donoghue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This certainly it's contained within the Treasurer's Report. It's the only comment that I had on the Treasurer's Report, but it is consistent also with item 2. So we did discuss in August the significant change that we've been experiencing with respect to charges received at the Provincial Offences Act courts. Just within the, just bear with me, I'll actually provide that page number for council to be able to follow this conversation. Bear with me. It's with respect to the funding, the fines. It's on page 35, actually, of the report. And draw your attention to revenues POA fines. You'll note that they're only 75% of what was budgeted for half the year. If that is projected out through the end of the year, we had budgeted $1.51 million in anticipated fine revenue. At 75%, that will be just over $375,000 less than the full year forecast. While I have made clear, certainly at numerous meetings in the past, it's not my desire to be funding activities at the County of Renfrew through fines, but I think from a meta-analysis, this is continuing to reinforce the concern that I have, wherein I'm challenged to understand the level of enforcement that is being undertaken across the County of Renfrew. And I think that it can certainly be quantified with respect to the number of charges received at the POA courts. But I think that it also puts the rubber definitely is meeting the road when one looks at the decline in the fine lines within the POA report of, as I said, $377,000. So I just wish to bring that directly to committee's attention, that from two distinct vectors, we are seeing substantial change in the enforcement of the law in Renfrew County.
Thank you. Jeff, do you want to comment on that, or is?
And through you, Chair, and Councillor Donoghue has raised this issue on a number of occasions. In fact, it did prompt this committee to request that the warden send a letter to the Solicitor General highlighting this concern that we have as a municipality. In fact, to date, we have not received a response to that letter. And that certainly has been a challenge for the during the entire COVID period, and perhaps even leading up to COVID, we started to see this decline in the number of charges and therefore the resulting decline in fine revenue for the County of Renfrew. One of the things that we did in 2020 was most of our peers, there are 37, I think, POA courts that are operating throughout the province of Ontario. And this phenomenon during COVID, especially in 2020, impacted all of the provincial offences courts. We did receive federal Safe Start dollars, which were used throughout many of the departments within the county. But all of our peers looked to that federal Safe Start funding to support revenue losses that were happening in the provincial offenses area, because obviously there was a direct relationship between COVID and number of charges laid. So we had that ability to use some of those funds to support that operation in 2020. And when we talk about our COVID funding, you will see that we use some of those funds for the first 6 months of 2021 to support the POA budget once again. But it's concerning that at some point in time, the federal Safe Start dollars will be gone. We're all hopeful that the COVID pandemic will be gone, and we may still be in this position where we have about a 25% drop in POA revenues, and that will have a direct bottom line impact to our municipality. And so, you know, that's certainly still a concern, and it has not gone away.
Thank you. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Foz, just to seek some clarity. Committee will note just 2 rows below the POA fines column is recoveries one time. Presumably some of those recoveries would be with respect to measures that have been put in place directly through COVID screening for those entering the courts, although I don't know if they're in person. But does that line also contain some funding that is meant to offset the diminished revenues received through fines?
And through you, Chair, that 124,101 is what we pulled from the federal Safe Start reserve in order to offset our losses. You'll see, of course, fine revenues are $190,000 down, but we have associated expenses, which are lower because of the lower number of court settings, et cetera, et cetera. And so it's not a direct relationship. What we do is we look at the bottom line, and it looks like our journal entry, something snuck in for $55 because the intention was to 100% offset any budget loss in POA with the federal state Safe Start money. So there is no funding that is coming to the POA courts intended to offset fine revenue losses. We are utilizing only the federal Safe Start money, as we did last year, to support our budget loss, and we intend to do that throughout 2021. The concern is, what do we do in 2022?
Thank you. One further question on the Treasurer's report, Jeff, is where we're getting into doing more work or continuing to do work for the municipalities. So is there a line? I see different ones, recoveries or recovery from municipality, but I'm wondering, is there an actual line, say if we were in the planning department, that we would see how much the lower tier municipality is contributing? And as we move to human resources, so that down the road, we'd be able to see if the funding is coming from the municipalities to source maybe additional staff that we've asked to be taken on.
Thank you for the question, Chair, and absolutely. We structure our internal financial statements in order to meet all of our senior government reporting responsibilities. So for example, you may be familiar with the term FIR, or Financial Information Return. And the requirement of the FIR is for us to segregate our revenues from senior government levels transfers, so federal government revenue, provincial government revenue, user fees and charges, as well as revenue from other municipalities. And so it is that account, if you will, that we will always collect any charges that we have. We're required to do this and record any municipal revenue that is coming into any department with its own separate account. And so your example of the Human Resources Department, we will be using that account to capture any billings that we do to our local municipalities for HR services. You'll see that happening next month in the Public Works Department, because of course we have some activity that's happening within our Public Works Department supporting one of our local municipalities. And so we will certainly be recording that in each department where that activity takes place. And we would have further details, what's behind that number, how many hours of billing, et cetera, how many municipalities are involved. We have sub-ledgers, that we could present to this committee or all of County Council, really reflecting, where that activity is happening. But it's part of our general ledger structure, and we are required to record that separately.
Thank you. And supplemental to that, Jeff, will the wording then, no matter what department it's in, be consistent? So it's recovery from municipalities?
Yeah, it should have a municipality designation. There's a little bit of a nuance because of course we have a separated city of Pembroke. And so you already see that in some departments where we're cost sharing paramedic services or social housing or Ontario Works, et cetera, with the city of Pembroke. And so based on our budget, we have an invoice that is sent to the city of Pembroke for their share of those services. But this would be in addition to or supplemental to those cost sharing agreements that we have for those county programs that already are shared with the city of Pembroke. So we'll track the local municipal one in addition to the city of Pembroke cost sharing. Yeah.
Thank you. Nothing further on one. So moving, we may have already discussed it. Item 2, provincial offenses. Anything further on that? Seeing none. Item 3, provincial offense backlog. Item 4, budget guidelines. Any questions or concerns there? So seeing none. So I guess, Jeff, we'll turn it back to you for item 5.
And just prior to item 5, Chair, I think our CAO or the clerk may want us to consider some resolutions at this point in time. Those resolutions from this committee would go forward to County Council, really with recommendations from this committee and its budget development and coordination responsibilities. I do have the resolutions, Chair, from last year. I can put them or share them on my screen if that's helpful, but it essentially speaks to each one of the items that we need some direction on this from this committee on. And with your approval, I could share my screen and make that available to you.
Thank you.
So, Chair, if you give me the thumbs up, I'm hoping you can see my.
Yep.
Okay. So again, this was our at our September 2020 meeting of the Finance Committee. We had 3 separate resolutions. The first one dealt with our long-term financial plan and the elements of the plan. The one that differed last year was, although the long-term plan has a 3% target, last year committee directed we develop a budget based on a 2.5% levy. The remaining components of the long-term plan were established. Next to that, of course, is our COLA increase for non-union staff, and last year it was set at 1.5. And then finally, we have attached as an appendix the budget schedule with dates for the budget workshop that we would work toward. So those were the resolutions that we took forward to County Council last year. And so wonder if committee would consider each of these independently. And of course, I can make any changes on the screen, and that is what will go forward to County Council at the end of the month.
Okay, so yeah, should we ask for the changes first, get the resolution the way we want it, and then ask for a mover?
I think you can do it either way, Chair. But
Well-
I'm okay with that process. I believe this is how it was done last year as well. Staff provided it as information, and then committee had the debate on each component of the resolution, and then that was brought forward to county council. So, you know, I think you have to put the resolution on the floor with the mover and the seconder, because, and the reason it's brought forward as information is it's a pre-existing resolution from past years that is a standing resolution that gets amended by finance and admin, depending on the current situation that year. So we do have budget, we do have budget direction, but we do anticipate it being brought forward.
Okay, so I'll ask for a mover and a seconder to get the resolution on, but I'll have to ask you to stop sharing so I can see hands. So a mover and a seconder to get the first resolution, moved by Tom Peckett, Councillor Peckett, seconded by Councillor Donahue. And perhaps Jeff, if you want to bring the resolution back up. And we'll ask for any recommended changes if there are any.
Councillor Peckett has his hand up, sir.
Okay, yeah, you may have to speak because I can't see. Okay, Councillor Peckett.
Thank you, Chair. As in the past couple of years, I think it's a mistake to move off of the 3% increase as recommended by our treasurer, with the cost of everything going up and the county still being required to provide services. My recommendation is that we go back to the 3% as recommended by our treasurer. Thank you.
Anything further on that? Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little confused. Are we actually entertaining the same resolution that was on the table yet last year?
We actually, thank you for that, Chair, if I may. We probably should have put up the standing resolution that council could see that has been in place for some time.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think that would be the final resolution where we ended up, but not what would have gone to the budget committee, right?
That's correct. That one that's up there now is the resolution that was amended for last year.
So my feeling is that we should bring the resolution, you know, at the 3% and so on, do our budgeting, and then if there's going to be any changes. And I think, Jeff, all the rest of it was the same, right?
That's correct, Chair. And none of the other elements from the 2015 long-term plan direction are identical. Actually, with this move to 3%, it is identical to the long-term plan, the original resolution from 2015.
Okay.
Jeff, if I may, Chair, Jeff, is that the case though with the second resolution with respect to COLA? Or is that?
Yeah, we don't have a long-term plan for COLA. This is on an annual basis. We are only reflecting on this page what was decided by this committee last year. Of course, we've attached a copy of Ontario CPI for committee's awareness. We've talked a little bit about what's happening right now at the federal level with inflation jumping above 4%, as well as I believe I've referenced some of our collective agreements, which are already set at 1.75%, some of our 3-year agreements that will expire in 2022, and the third year is coming in at 1.75% for some of our union groups. But this top resolution, of course, I'll just leave that blank for right now, would be in keeping with our long-term financial plan principles.
So we have a mover and a seconder on that, and it has been changed to the 3%. Is the mover and seconder fine with that? Councillor Donahue.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. I'm certainly, I wish to speak to it. I'm fine with seconding it to get it onto the table. But I'm wondering this process of putting it up, taking it off, putting it up, taking it off. I'm wondering if this is something that could be the resolutions, if it's possible, that they could be emailed, that we could pop up on our own screens right now rather than going back and forth from this.
Chair, we can certainly do this. Essentially, this wording on the screen is exactly the same as the wording on page 20. Those are of your package. Those are the elements of the long-term financial plan from 2015. Other than the fact that we have 2022 budget guidelines, everything else would be the same.
Just turn to that page. So Councillor Donahue, are you okay with just turning to it there?
I would prefer not, Mr. Chair. This is what we have on the screen that is being shared right now is a resolution. What we have as part of the body of the report is actually a report. What we are going to be voting on here is the resolution that's on the screen, and doesn't have to be today. I think that perhaps this is the process that was followed in the past, but I think it might diminish the amount of time required for this, even if the standing resolutions from 2015 were made part of the report each September to F&A that would be subject to amendment, and view this not as an information item, but as a resolution item. I think it would probably be much more in keeping with our standard processes. And I think that it would also be a much more intuitive, perhaps, process that we start with the long-term financial plan resolutions and amend them from there, because I am certainly sympathetic to you, Mr. Chair, that we are dealing with an information item with resolutions rather than dealing with this as a resolution item further in the report.
So, Paul, could
Jeff, can you just email that to the committee then?
Whoop. Sure. I will do.
So perhaps Jeff, maybe the procedure should be that Jeff would read the resolution. We'll ask for, go back. Well, we already have it on the table, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So now, Chair, I think we have a debate and then accept any other resolutions to amend. Should there be any?
Okay, so since it's been put on the table, the annual levy increase has been changed from the 2.5 to the 3%. Is there anything further committee wants to comment on in this resolution? Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, I am understanding this. I want to be clear. I'm certainly prepared to defer to Mr. Morrow. And I am prepared absolutely to continue my seconding of the motion. The motion that was moved and seconded did in fact say 2.5%, not 3. This one now says 3, so it has been amended. I note also in the email that was received, the preamble says below are the budget resolutions we adopted in 2020. They are in fact now not. But I am certainly recognizing the resolution as it is currently written cites an annual levy increase of 3%. And each of the following bullet points do in fact mirror the long-term financial plan agreed to in April of 2015. Having said that, what I'm going to say now is certainly the Treasurer continues to bring forward, as is I think the expectation of committee and council, the long-term financial plan that was adopted in April of 2015. So I'm just going to correct the record a little bit. It is not that the Treasurer is making a recommendation that the levy increase be 3. The recommendation is that we adhere to the long-term financial plan. Subsequent to that, the other thing I just wish to bring to council's attention, as I have said in the initial iteration of the long-term financial plan, the long-term levy target was in fact 2.28. Since that time, in 2014, the levy was 2.8. In 2015, it was 2. It became 3 commencing in 2016, continued to be so right through 2018. So in 2019, it was 2.6%, and in 2020, it was 2.5%. Curiously, the largest municipal surpluses that the County of Renfrew has realized in all of those years have been when the levy was at 2.6 and 2.5. In 2019, when the levy was 2.6%, the municipal surplus was $5,141,000. Last year, when it was 2.5%, the surplus was $5.565 million. That compares to the years with a 3% levy where the highest surplus was under 2.7 million. So we're realizing almost twice as much surplus with a lowered levy of the last 2 years. So I certainly recognize that in 2015, there was a funding gap, a funding challenge, but that gap and challenge has long since been overcome. Certainly the other element that is part of this initial resolution is that reserves do not fall. I'm assuming that that is speaking to capital reserves, though I'm unsure. But let us constrain it to capital reserves, that the capital reserves do not fall under $2 million. Well, the capital reserves could fall something on the order of $45 million and still stay above 2. That's the single perhaps proxy that I use each year in making that recommendation that we amend the levy target, is that these are the dollars of the members of our community, of the property owners of our community, and that is an appropriate place to leave them if in fact we are experiencing substantial surpluses each year. Keep in mind that the 0.5% that we have been levying rather than the 3 on 2021 budget, I think is just under $49 million. So 1% would be $490,000 and 0.5% would be about $245,000. Just at the health report committee report yesterday, we're receiving, between the city of Pembroke and the county of Renfrew, receiving almost $500,000 more funds on the per diem basis than we had budgeted for. I recognize that within the operations department, there is significant carryover being anticipated for 2022, and I commend both Public Works and the Finance for recognizing the distinction between surplus and unspent or unallocated funds. However, all of that being said, we have experienced, as I said, almost twice as high levels of surplus at year end in the 2 years with the diminished levy target than we did with the 3, that I once again am going to move that the levy target be amended to 2.5%.
Jeff.
So Chair, I'm sorry, Chair, to interrupt. Councillor Donahue has made a motion that needs a seconder. He has moved that it be reduced to 2.5.
Seconded by Councillor Doncaster.
Okay.
And comments? Jeff?
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if you'd give me permission just to go back to a presentation that I guess I made to the Development and Property Committee. I'm not sure if it went all the way to County Council or not, but of course we talked about the Algonquin Trail. We talked about committee council's wishes to fund the completion of the Algonquin Trail, and we were discussing at that time, where's the money going to come from to do this? And of course, that led us back into a discussion of the 2021 budget, the budget workshop, our forecast of capital reserves, and what would be the impact on our capital reserves for some of the changes that council made. And I think that'll be helpful maybe for today's discussion, because it certainly takes us from our audited financial statement reserves, and it forecasts where we expect to be in 10 years, given the decisions that council had made. So if that's helpful, Chair, I have that available and I can share my screen and just briefly go through that with you.
Yes, please do that, Jeff.
I'm just going to turn off my video because I noticed the resolution isn't great when I have 2 screens open. So let's give this a whirl. Chair, I can see you on my screen and I'm hoping that you can. Okay, so this was and I apologize, I don't have the date on this, but it certainly was a discussion that Councillor Sweet will be well aware of during our development and property discussions of how do we finance the Algonquin Trail. And what I did is I took the group back to our budget workshop and long-term financial plan. At the end of our budget workshop in early 2021, Council made a number of decisions. And those decisions were to finance some of our budget pressures for winter control, for a $200,000 commitment to the Winter Games, and a new paramedic commander within paramedic services at a total cost of $565,000. And those operating expenses were paid for through a reduction in money that we were transferring to our capital plan. So although we presented our capital plan at the budget workshop meeting, these decisions were made at the meeting. And so the Development and Property Committee at least had a discussion about what is the impact on our reserves and are we able to finance the Algonquin Trail through our available capital reserves. This is really, really tiny. And what I might try and do is see if I can't zoom in a little bit. Okay, well, I'm hoping that what you'll see on your screen in the top is the long-term financial plan funding picture that came forward at the budget workshop February the 1st. And the really important piece of all of this is out to the side, where over a 10-year period, we are going to be able to generate $213 million going into our capital plan through the identification of CVA growth and through the identification of levying at 2.5% and then restricting operating expenses as such. So 213 million would be available over 10 years for the capital plan, and we would have 349 million available for operating expenses. But what happens when we make this decision for the 565,000 coming out of the capital plan and lowering the capital plan? So instead of a contribution of 16 million into capital, we could only put 15.5 into capital, and increasing, of course, what's available for our operating expenses. Instead of 31.1 million, it's 31.7 million, and then applying the principles of the long-term financial plan to that. And those would be rolling forward then at 1% as being our CVA growth, and that's what we talked about at budget time, and then 2.5% being our levy target moving forward. And what this does, of course, instead of generating 213 million to put into our capital reserves, we can only generate 206 million. That's a shortfall of $6,336,000 coming out of the reserves and being made available for operating expenses. What does that do to our reserve schedule? Well, our reserve schedule, as we presented it at the budget workshop, starting with our opening reserves of 38.744 million, or whatever it happened to be, looking at a forecast of those reserves going, here we are, 2019 actual from our financial statements of 40.8 million, all the way down to $6.9 million at the 10-year mark. And making this change then and pulling those 6.3 million out of our capital plan would move our capital reserves from 40.8 million down to $523,000. And council has done nothing other than make a decision to finance operating expenses by the use of capital reserve dollars. And so wanted to make sure that this committee was well aware of the fact that we are already forecasting a move that would take us below our $2 million threshold in capital reserves by the decisions that we made in February of 2021. Oops. Sorry, Chair. Have I stopped sharing my screen?
Yes, you have. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So just wanted to make sure, I guess I should open up my camera once again. Just wanted to make sure that this committee has the same information that came forward to Development and Property Committee. Ultimately, we understood that we did not have sufficient capital reserves to complete the Algonquin Trail from capital reserves. And so a resolution came forward which would dedicate any future surplus dollars rather than going into our capital plan, that it is redirected to finance any expenditures that we're making on the Algonquin Trail. And I believe that budget in 3 components is about $2 million, or the first phase of that is $2 million. And there's another $2 million to be decided upon in the future. So we really need $4 million to finish this Algonquin Trail. And of course, not coming from our capital reserves. So that's my caution to you as the treasurer. It is in keeping with the information that we provided to you at the budget workshop, and subsequent to that, when we attempted to find solutions to not only finance the Algonquin Trail, but there was a discussion about building roundabouts on County Road 51, and I believe each one of those roundabouts is about $4 million. We also had discussions about our road network and growth, in certain areas of the county and not having capital dollars available to finance that. So those are the comments I think would be appropriate to our discussion this morning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Sweet.
Yeah, thank you very much. As I understand, the amendment or the motion is on the floor is to reduce the levy target by 2.5. I can't support that given the information that was simply demonstrated just recently or just a few minutes ago by the treasurer. Yes, there is substantial future, and I won't call them expenses, I will call them investments in many of the areas that are within the county of Renfrew. And I think it's foolhardy at this point in time, knowing what is ahead of us, to simply take and reduce something to that level, knowing that the expenditures are ahead of us. These are serious investments that have to be made within the county of Renfrew. And so when it comes to the vote, I will not support a 2.5 levy increase. We'll see how that vote goes, but I'm quite comfortable with the 3% as I was last year, and I will continue to be in that vein. Thank you to Jeff for bringing those numbers forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doncaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I acknowledge the long-term financial plan, and it's a document that is very good in leading us and the corporation forward. And it's not based on a crystal ball. And I'm sorry, I wasn't issued my crystal ball at the beginning of this term either. However, having said that, if you look at the performance of the corporation in our financial plan, a lot of it done through good financial management, but also increased revenue from other levels of government. Like I said, we don't have a crystal ball, so I'm not sure what those are going to be every year moving into the future. And further to that some of the increased surpluses that we've recognized over the past few years are because we can't do everything that we have in our operational plans, operationally or on the capital side. So we have been doing well, and I know the presentation from Mr. Foss is based on all of our assumptions, which were fairly conservative at the time, but we have performed very well over time, and I'm certainly comfortable that the 2.5 proposed will get us to a point year over year that we will be able to manage the long-term financial plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Beckett.
Thank you, Chair. I can appreciate the comments by Councillor Doncaster, but looking at like a crystal ball, there's no guarantee that we're still going to be getting the same amount of money, maybe less money from the government. Maybe we'll get more. Nobody knows that. One thing that we are assured of is that with new growth in the county, there's going to be a lot more money required for our asset management plan. And yeah, we can keep going to 2.5% now, and it makes us look good at this point in time. But in a few years down the road, when we have to go up to 4 and maybe 5% levy increases, I hope the people understand that if we had have just gone to 3% at this point to keep our financial plan on track, that this is, in my opinion, which should be adopted by County Council. And in the past 2 years, I have not supported the reduced amount of the leverage in the county, and I will not support it again this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Donohoe.
Actually, I'll defer to Councillor Brose. He has not spoken yet, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do support the 2.5 when we talk about the performance of the financial plan. Based on the surpluses that we have seen the last number of years, I think the plan is certainly performing very, very well. And we all know that as the lower tiers, we're the ones that have to answer the questions from the public. We don't have the luxury of making tax increases and not having to face questions and criticism from the public that are the taxpayers that pay the bills. So I certainly do support the 2.5% based on the performance that we've seen the last couple of years. I think that the plan will certainly provide the necessary revenue we need to cover our expenses. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Councillor Donoghue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wish to, on just a couple of comments that were brought forward, just wish to speak. I am anticipating, certainly commend all of the efforts of Councillor Peckett in his municipality that is drawing significant growth, significant employment opportunities to the county of Renfrew. To be much commended for putting shoulder to the wheel. That I'm assuming is some of the new growth that Councillor Peckett is referring, but keep in mind, of course, that our long-term financial plan is dedicating all new growth to the long-term financial plan. That is another element of the long-term financial plan. Each individual item within the LTFP cannot be seen unto itself. It all is part of the larger whole. So presumably, new growth is also going to pay for new growth. Certainly, I'll remind committee that it was broached in August of the potential, or at least the initial discussion of development charges at a county level. The intent behind development charges, or even within our long-term financial plan, is that new growth is paying substantially for new growth, particularly as that real CVA growth is going directly into the plan. In fact, what I would suggest is what went a long way towards ameliorating that gap all the way back to 2015 was a substantial, and I mean enormous PIL, I believe, in Garrison Petawawa. So growth has had an incredible impact, actually, on diminishing the forecast in that 2015 plan. So from that perspective, just to perhaps provide some more comfort, so I'd identified that even in 2019 and 2020, recognizing in addition to substantially higher surpluses realized, those were the first 2 years that we also had at budget time identified budget pressures. So not only did we in fact meet the budget pressures, but we had a lot more unallocated surplus at the end of the year. But in addition to that, again, as I say, when looking at the holistic long-term plan, remind committee that an element of that, a significant component of that, was that we anticipated receiving $500,000 in grants from the province of Ontario. So cumulatively, inclusive of 2014 and 2021, our targets were $500,000 for a total of $3.5 million anticipated from the province of Ontario. With what we already know from what we will be receiving in 2021 and in years past, what we've actually received is just under 7.4 million, or just under $4 million more than our long-term financial plan was anticipating. So I would suggest that those annual deltas, somewhere north of $400,000 a year, are more than compensating for the money that we are leaving in the pockets of the ratepayers of this county of Renfrew. And at the same time, once again, our capital reserves are on something on the order of $45 to $47 million. I will certainly defer to Mr. Foss on a precise amount, which is significantly more than $2 million. So I think all of these things, from my perspective, do not even make this a difficult conversation moving forward.
Councillor Peckett.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate all the comments. So from what I'm gathering, with $45 million in capital reserves, that this committee would have no problem passing a resolution for in the amount of approximately $1,800 million to move forward with the bridge and the reconstruction of Palawa Boulevard.
Well, I really think that that's an analysis that we'd have to go into much more thoroughly than to make any recommendation or voting on that today. So the recommendation on the floor is, and so its original recommendation is the projected annual levy increase is at 2.5%, and all the other components remaining the same. It was thrown out that it would be 3%, but we didn't change the resolution. So are there further comments on that? Councillor Sweet.
If I may, Chair, I believe you have to deal with Councillor Donohue's resolution that is on the floor right now first. And I think that now that you've had the debate on it, I believe you need to call for the vote on it at some point.
And that's the resolution.
You changed from 3 to 2.5%.
But did we ever change to 3? Because the original one that we had gone up first was at 2.5.
So the resolution that was on the floor, I believe if Jeff correct, Jeff supports me on this. We're dealing with the original long-term financial management plan recommendation of 3. We had a mover and a seconder for that. And then following that, Councillor Donohue made a motion to change that, amend that resolution to 2.5%, I believe was Councillor Donohue's recommendation. So that motion to amend that original recommendation currently stands and must be dealt with first, the amendment.
Warden Robinson.
Through you, Chair, to Mr. Morrow, I'm confused then because the original motion did say 2.5% prior to us getting it all on the screen and emailed to us and all the rest of that. So I don't know. I don't know what happened to that motion.
Yeah, my apologize. That's what I believe when Councillor Donohue was speaking, that's what he was clarifying, was that he was willing to continue to second the motion, but he did note that there was some uncertainty as to what was on the floor. So that's why I'm indicating right now, the original motion that should have been on the floor should have been the original motion from the direction from the long-term financial management plan at 3%. And then Councillor Donohue passed the motion to amend that motion to 2.5. Now, Chair, if I may, I will confirm that that is Councillor Donohue's understanding as well.
Councillor Donohue.
It is a quandary, unfortunately, because there was nothing circulated with the report, so it is difficult to determine precisely what the ground rules are. The very first resolution that was put in front of the committee did in fact cite the 2020 resolution with a 2.5% levy increase target, all of the other elements being the same. What I had suggested was that, or in my question was, is that what we are voting for? Is that the resolution that's before us? There was a brief conversation about that, and I allowed that. I am more than happy to continue my seconding if in fact the resolution for consideration by committee today is in fact consistent with the direction of the long-term financial plan as opposed to what we did last year. So what we are precisely voting on, I'm uncertain, but I am prepared for either certainty so long as there is a specific thing that all of committee is recognizing that we are entertaining consideration.
So what we should be considering from my perspective is the original long-term financial plan budget direction, which is the 3%, because that is the recommendation that stands from that report moving forward. And now what we have on the floor is an amendment to amend the 3% to 2.5.
So we have that on the floor. Do we have a seconder?
That was moved and
It's
seconded, and
already
I am prepared to abide that, actually. I think it was Councillor Doncaster that seconded it, in
Yes,
fact.
it was.
Okay,
So we have the motion to amend first to be dealt with, Chair.
so all in favor of or Councillor Sweet?
Yeah, just so I understand, this is a recommendation that's going forward to county council, is it not?
That's correct.
Is that correct? So it could be amended at that point in time.
It could be amended again if.
So it could go
council
forward. The
would.
recommendation coming from finance, that these are the budget points
Correct.
that are coming forward. And so we're currently voting on an amendment to the recommendations contained on page 20.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
correct. We are, yes.
Yes, and if the amendment carries, that's fine. So the recommendations as amended would carry forward as a recommendation to county council.
Correct.
That the projected annual levy increase is at 3%.
Sorry, this amendment is at 2.5.
This is 2.5. If the amendment carries, the motion, it goes forward as 2.5, as our recommendations as amended would go forward to county council.
Okay, so all in favor of the amendment? And against? 2, so that's carried.
It's carried, correct. Now, Chair, a vote on the motion as amended.
Okay, so do we need a mover? Do we need a mover again, Paul?
Yes.
Okay, move by Councillor Donahue, second by Warden Robinson.
I'd like to request a recorded vote, please, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I'm ready for that, sir. Okay, if I may proceed with the recorded vote, Chair.
Please.
Councillor Bros, for or against?
In favor.
Councillor Doncaster, for or against?
In favor.
Councillor Donahue, for or against?
4.
Thank you. Councillor Hunt, for or against?
4.
Thank you. Councillor Peckett, for or against?
Against.
Warden Robinson, for or against?
For.
Councillor Sweet, for or against?
Against.
Thank you, Chair. The motion passes 5 to 2 for a total of 7 votes.
Thank you. So then, are we dealing with 3 resolutions here, Jeff?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we have a secondary resolution, again, as part of the development of the budget for 2022. We need some direction from council about cost of living to be applied to the non-union group as part of the development of the budget. And so that's some direction that we need from council to begin the budget development work. This was the discussion that we had around inflation and the consumer price index. And also, I think there was a reference to our collective agreements in 2022, which has a minimum increase for those union groups at 1.75%.
And is there a recommendation on this?
From staff?
Yes.
I believe, at the staff level, our principle has always been that we attempt to treat our non-union staff no less than any of the wage increases that have been approved for our through our collective agreements for our unionized staff. I think with the current inflation rate running, at 4.1%, staff would be asking council to consider a 2% COLA to be used in the development of the budget for 2022.
Okay, so we'll do the recommendation at the 2%. So do I have a mover on that? Councillor Donahue, and a seconder. Warden Robinson. Discussion. Warden Robinson.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I might have zoned out there. What was the negotiated amount for the union? Was it 1.5?
Through you, 1.75 will be the 2022 change for our collective agreements.
Okay, so I don't know if I'm too early to make a motion to amend the resolution that's on the floor to 1.75.
You'll need a seconder, ma'am. County Chair Hunt, she's made the motion and she'll need a seconder.
Do I have a seconder to the warden's motion? Councillor Brose. Discussion. Warden Robinson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just as Mr. Foss indicated, that we have always tried to make sure that our staff, non-unionized staff, were treated the same as the unionized staff. I think the same goes the other way. The unionized staff and the non-unionized staff have to be treated the same this year. Thank you.
Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's always been my interpretation that COLA is meant to be an adjustment for cost of living as well. I recognize that that's a moving target and is somewhat difficult to pin down, whereas typically collective agreements are going to extend. It's in the interest of both employer and employee to have some long-term agreements, so that these are situations that you might find yourself in. And there may be benefits in other areas. Just to understand this perhaps a little bit more, to get some more foundation on this, COLA has been, or the cost of living, the CPI has been incredibly volatile over the course of the last 2 years. I'm not certain, actually, and I'm wondering if Mr. Foss could offer what the COLA target was for 2021. The second component is, I'm not sure if Mr. Foss would be able to do this. I don't know when both the target would have been set in September of last year, or in fact, when the budget was adopted in January of this year. It seems to me that COLA might actually have been negative, that we might have actually seen a retrenchment, a deflation, if you will, over that year, but recognizing that that would never be appropriate. But I wonder if that might help to elucidate the environment that we are finding ourselves in, given the volatility of the last 2 years.
And Jeff?
I would have to reference probably this same report from August or September of last year, because I think we would have brought forward CPI information. I do know that we developed a budget last year with a non-union COLA change of 1.5%. And in fact, early in this year, council approved a change to the employment bylaw number 1 at 1.5%. That would have been identical to the direction that was set for collective agreement bargaining, or for any of those collective agreements already achieved at 1.5%. But I can't comment on what CPI might have been at the time. I'd have to go back and have a look at that.
So did you need further clarification, Councillor Donahue, before we move ahead?
No, I at this point, perhaps for county council at the end of the month, that there is certainly afforded to all of council to further entertain discussion on that. Perhaps, Mr. Chair, I don't know, Mr. Morrow, if this would require resolution, but that staff be directed to have perhaps some background information as to the approach for the 2021 targeting, budgeting, et cetera, just to provide a little more information, because I'm uncertain that the COLA that we had recommended as the target at the initial discussion in September of 2020 may not have been actually in a negative cost of living environment. And I would like to understand that in moving forward, mostly because Certainly the 1.75% that is in front of us now as an amendment is consistent with the collective agreements, but of course it is not, or in my estimation, it may not be incorporating the substantial CPI that has taken hold over the course of the last 4 months. And that number that we are looking at, as I understand, is an annualized basis as opposed to a point in time on a monthly basis. So just for my own comfort to be able to have some more basis for the decision, Mr. Morrow, if simple direction is sufficient for that.
Chair, if that's okay, I just would take that as direction to staff and record it in the minutes as such. The committee directs staff to provide additional details on CPI and past wage increases for the non-union staff.
So you would prefer a resolution to that effect, Mr. Morrow?
Yeah,
okay, I will move that. And frankly, I'm certainly open to any discussion. What I was looking for was just the discussion that commenced in 2020, September 2020. I was not looking for information prior to, but yeah, I will so move.
And seconded, Councillor or Warden Robinson.
Actually, I just have a question, Chair. We already have a motion to amend on the floor. Do we ignore one and just pop up another one? I'm getting very confused here today. And Chair, you were doing a fantastic job, just so you know.
Good. Warden is correct. We still need to deal with that item, the amendment to the motion that's on the floor first. Then we go back to the motion that just was made by Councillor Donahue.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to moved and seconded to take COLA to 1.75%. All in favor? Carried. And now, Councillor Donahue, do you want to make your motion or your
yes, I will move that motion. I think it is clear to Mr. Morrow. I have not written it, but I think it is clear.
Okay, moved by Councillor Donahue, seconded by Councillor Brose. All in favor?
Well, what's the amendment?
The motion, if I may, Chair, the motion is that staff be directed to bring additional information with respect to previous COLA adjustments for non-union staff.
That's an amendment to a motion or something?
New
It's
motion.
a new motion.
It's just a motion.
New motion.
Okay, fair enough. Got it. Understood.
Okay.
Sorry, if I might, Mr. Chair, it's a motion, Councillor Sweet, to direct staff to do that.
Yes, no, I thought it was amendment or something. I thought I had heard that word. I just.
Okay, so all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. And was there another one, Jeff?
Thank you, Chair. The budget schedule is attached to our package as an appendix. I believe the appendix is Appendix 2. Previously, this committee had requested that we bring this forward so that there can be a decision made by this committee on what the schedule will be, what the dates will be. And so rather than just providing information, we actually are seeking your approval on this 2022 budget schedule, which leads us to a budget workshop for 2 days in January.
Okay, so that was on page 50 of our package.
I'll move that.
Pardon me?
I'll move that.
Yeah, moved by Councillor Sweet, seconded by Councillor Brose. Comments? All in favor of the schedule as proposed? Carried. Corporate financial. So we're back. Okay, so what do we, it's 10 after 12. What do we want to do about lunch? And I just have to add here that I have an appointment that I have to leave at 2:30. I'm hoping we're going to be able to finish, but I didn't realize this would go that long. And I am vice chair, so I don't know who would take over if we cannot finish.
I suggest we just keep going.
I'm fine with that. Is everyone else fine with it?
Chair, I believe Councillor Peckett has his hand up.
Oh, Councillor Peckett.
Thank you, Chair. I have to leave the meeting at 1 o'clock.
Okay. So we should keep going and visit again at 1 if we so choose. So Jeff, I'll turn it back to you. I think we're at item 5.
Oh, your microphone, Jeff.
Caught me. Item 5, of course, is we referenced it earlier, is really just a summary of COVID expenditures that we are tracking throughout the county of Renfrew up until June the 30th, and the various sources of funding for those expenditures. You will note in the first shaded column the total costs at $5.146 million. There is $91,000 in funding from an IPAC program through the Ministry of Health, provincial dedicated revenues of $4.4 million, and we are using some federal Safe Start money so far at $255,000, therefore offsetting our obligations with respect to COVID. And as we talked to this committee previously, we budgeted no impact to the local ratepayers because of COVID-19 related expenses in 2021, similar to 2020. And to date, that is continuing to be the case. This is just a summary for your information.
Thank you.
Item number 6, really, we did receive some communication from the municipality of Leamington supporting the recommendations that AMO has previously made and the report that they have made and the very consistent lobbying efforts that they have made with the provincial government to address joint and several liability reform in the insurance marketplace. That is the issue wherein a municipality may be found 1% responsible for an incident and yet have to pay 99% of the costs related to any damages that are awarded. AMO in a bulletin dated August the 6th continues to suggest that they are advocating for solutions to help municipality in this very volatile insurance market. We had been, I would say, somewhat protected over the last 7 or 8 years with annual increases that were sort of maintained at about 1%. And yet last year, of course, even our program could no longer be protected. We are seen, I think, in the insurance marketplace as being a very attractive client with good risk management practices and low claims experience. However, our initial pressure on last year's budget was a 21% increase on our program costs, and through an awful lot of negotiations, we managed to shave that by a third, and so our increases came in at 14% last year. We are still in a very difficult market, a very hard market. I've had some preliminary discussions with our underwriters, and so this continues to be an issue for all municipalities. I'm sure you're experiencing it at the local level as well. And so, AMO as our representative continues to lobby with the current provincial government, something that was an election platform issue for the current provincial government. And of course, COVID got in the way of many of the items that were before them, before the pandemic started. And we hope that they will engage with AMO again to look at some reform for this joint and several issue. Item number 7, really, we've copied as Appendix 7 a letter that was sent to the Renfrew County and District Health Unit to further ask for a meeting with representatives from the county and from the health unit to discuss their requested budget increases to the county in 2020 and again in 2021, with some idea of getting an understanding of what those increases would be in the 2022 year. And I believe that I'm not sure, Paul, if we've landed on a date, but I think there's been some discussions awaiting response from the health unit on a specific date for that meeting. Item number 8, Chair, is something that we had committed to this committee to do, would be to have an introduction then of our human resources team. This committee will be aware of the fact that we went through a pretty significant restructuring with our HR team, with a lot of new team members. Wanted to talk to you about the approval that council had given us to actually hire an additional team member with a specific purpose of supporting local municipalities in human resource related activities. My hope was that our new HR manager, Greg Belmore, would be able to participate in this presentation, but as things happen, he is in an arbitration meeting today, something that could not be moved or could not be changed. And so I get to be the pinch hitter for this this discussion or this presentation. And so with your approval, I just have a few slides, really just introducing the team, the services that we have available, and then a discussion around our user fee bylaw and our billing rates for those services as approved by council. So can go through it fairly quickly, Chair, with your approval.
Yes, please proceed.
Well, I'm hoping that on the screen, you can actually see something. And if I get to a slideshow, can we still see the screen, Chair?
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay, the technology is working then. In 2020, of course, our human resources department was structured somewhat differently. We had a director in the HR position, an admin assistant, one HR coordinator, and a secretarial 2 or some administrative support. In February of 2022, this committee and all of County Council made a decision about how we can restructure our HR department in order to broaden the expertise throughout the department. And in fact, we asked this committee to consider a proposal that we had about adding one additional HR position to our complement with a specific intention of having that as a cost recovery position that we would charge for those services on a fee for service or cost recovery basis. And in fact, our intention was that that plan would fund that additional position here at the County of Renfrew and also make those services of the entire team available to all 17 local municipalities. And so we've done that. Although this is very much all in a single blue color, we've made a change from a director to a manager, and we have broadened the base, if you will, with 3 HRC positions, as well as one other that transferred from paramedic services and came into our
Chair, if I may, Jeff, I'm just wondering, Jeff, have you switched slides because it's still on your first slide?
Ah, okay. So that's not maybe working. Let me get back out.
It appears to be frozen.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. That's
All
better.
right. Maybe I can just make this a little bigger this way. Oh, no, I guess I can't.
Well, that was fine what you did.
Yeah.
Sorry, folks.
If you click the bottom right, though, of that screen. Yeah,
How's
that'll
that?
work.
A little
Better.
bit bigger?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. So this was the February 2021 proposal that we had, that committee and council adopted, where we would have an additional HRC player on the team. And in fact, we have done that. We have 1, 2, 3 HRCs that are working on the team. We also had a transfer of an HR position that's really dedicated to our paramedic services department, but rather than being, I'm going to use the term orphaned, somewhat working independently on their own, only in paramedic services. They are now transferred back into the HR department and are working as part of the team, but dedicated to the support of HR issues within paramedic services. So again, if it wasn't me, it would be our new manager, Greg Belmore, who would be making this presentation. Greg has a Bachelor of Commerce degree from Carleton University. He is also a chartered accountant, a CPA member, like myself, and is also a member of the Human Resources Professional Association from the Ottawa chapter. And so Greg was hired in March of this year, and that was really the beginning of the building blocks for our new team. Amanda Nesbitt, also a graduate of a Bachelor of Business Administration program at the University of Nipissing with a major in human resources, and she is also a member of HRPA. This was not somebody that we had to recruit, but Amanda was already working in the department as a secretary too. And so we recognized her skills and abilities and education and experience very, very quickly. And we asked her to move into the role of HRC, which would be our very first HRC in that area. Caitlin Doherty, of course, a graduate of the University of Guelph in public policy and political science, also completed a graduate certificate program in HR management from Algonquin, also a member of HRPA, and Caitlin is a welcome addition to our team. Bernadette Plummer completed her HR training through the HRPA program, comes to us from the hospital sector here in Renfrew County, and is a new hire for our department. Bernadette is that individual who is dedicated to supporting paramedic services and spends currently all of her time working with that particular department. And Brady Smith, coming from Carleton University with a graduate diploma in human resources. He also holds a certified human resources professional designation and is very close to achieving his human resources leadership designation. He comes from the private sector and is also a human resources coordinator working in the HR department. Bev Sato, many of you will know Bev. She has been a registered nurse since 1984 and has moved from the healthcare industry and into occupational health in 1999. And Bev is certainly the main individual focusing on keeping our employees safe and healthy and ensuring that they are able to be healthy contributors in the workplace. We have two administrative support folks. Debbie Gervin is the admin assistant in the HR department, and our summer student, Bailey Kehoe, continues, although she is going to school virtually, she continues to offer some support to that department on those days that she is not actively engaged in full-time studies at Algonquin College. So just wanted to give you some sense of who the team is. I hope that I'm conveying the fact that these folks are well educated, they are certified, they are experts in their chosen field of human resource management, and that, including Bev, certainly are in a position to support some of the needs and issues that you have before your own municipality when it comes to human resources. Here are some of the services, I guess, that we could support your municipality. Recruiting, it's a big topic area. It includes job descriptions and job postings. It includes managing the intake of, and sometimes when we put out a job ad, we have 200 or 300 applications. So managing that pool of candidates, screening that pool of candidates against your benchmarks for who you're looking for, scheduling and coordinating interviews, participating in that, and even drafting recommendations, based on your needs of who we believe would be a good fit for your organization, and employment contracts. We can draft those as well for you. Benefit administration, we can assist with that with your own municipality. The whole area of investigations and discipline, providing support for internal investigations, making recommendation on, how we should move forward on disciplinary matters, including, writing those letters and reports that are required to document the findings. Corporate policy development with respect to human resources, we can assist with that. Grievances in a collective bargaining situation with your union groups, we're able to participate in the bargaining process, if you will, interpreting collective agreement articles. These are based on your own needs in your own municipality. Letters of understanding, which often follow collective agreements for very specific issues. We have lots of experience in drafting and developing those to customize an agreement with your labor groups around certain issues. There's also the whole concept of termination of employment, providing recommendation and compensation, liaising with your legal counsel if necessary, and conducting compensation discussions around severance, if that's the case. Pay equity and job evaluations, and of course, occupational health, which would be through Bev's office. And that includes all sorts of things about workplace injuries, functional abilities, return to work, ergonomic support, lots of those types of things. So what we presented to you in February was a cost recovery methodology. So what guides that? What is our guiding document? Well, that is a schedule of user fee bylaws. We are required by the province under the Act in order to develop and maintain a schedule of user fees. This one has been in effect for many, many years. This is currently bylaw number 2521 for this year. And what we're talking about today is hourly labor rates that are charged for different categories of employees, if in fact we are charging for their services, from the CAO or a department head all the way on down to our clerical functions. These labor rates have not been changed since 2016. And in 2016, committee and council agreed to move them up by $5. And no change had been made prior to that time for many, many years. So these rates have been in effect for a long time. And as I said, we're now in the 5th year of using these same rates, and they remain unchanged. So where do we go with the development of these rates? Well, of course, by category, we have to look at what is the top salary bracket that we would have for any one of these categories, and what are the benefits that the actual labor costs that we have for our benefit programs. That's CPP and EI and WSIB and EHT and Manulife premiums and et cetera, to get us to a position of a total labor cost or a total labor cost per hour. And then we apply an overhead factor to that. And that overhead factor needs to consider costs for professional development, for technical staff, associations and memberships that they're required to hold as professionals, the equipment that they have, laptops, office equipment, desks, access to, using our telephone network or our broadband, our internet connections, all of those related things. Office space, for each one of these employees that occupy a share of this building, there is a share of overhead costs just for being part of the county admin building. Each one of them also has an application for common areas. So, lobbies and reception and employees, staff rooms or meeting rooms, which are shared amongst all staff. We make a calculation for an application of common areas. And of course, there are supplies and consumables, that each staff member makes. So if we apply, some sort of costing methodology to how do we develop these rates, you'll see for an HR manager, our calculation of cost plus overhead comes in at about $98 and for an HR coordinator, about $77 per hour. If we look at, total labor plus overhead costs, and how does that compare to our current charge out rates? A manager is $100 an hour, and a technical coordinator, regardless of what department they work in, is a charge out rate of $75 an hour. So that's essentially how we calculate our charge out rates or cost recovery rates. And so that's really where that comes from. The other item that would be of interest, of course, to this committee and all of County Council is a number of years ago, we've traditionally had a charge out agreement for human resources for our local municipalities. And that was based on the premise that the first 7 hours of any HR support are not charged or not cost recovered whatsoever. And so our current program is the first 7 hours of any activity are not charged. And then the clock would start to be ticking, if you will, based on these labor rates or charged out rates that are in our user fee bylaw and have been for many, many years. I think that's the end of my last slide, Chair. So I'll maybe stop it there and stop sharing my screen so you can see everyone.
Brian, your mic is muted.
Perhaps we should just continue on to the next sessions and then we'll come back to this as we go through each of the items.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So item number 8 is somewhat related. Of course, this committee may be aware of the fact that we are currently engaged with the Township of Admiston-Bromley on a couple of levels. The Operations Committee would have already heard that our Director of Public Works, Lee Perkins, is assisting during a coverage of someone who is on a medical leave in the Township of Admiston-Bromley. And so in the interim, Lee has been attending that office and been supporting their activities. We also have been engaged from Admiston-Bromley to assist them in their recruiting activities for a new, I guess it's a CAO clerk. They have a resignation in place for their current clerk treasurer, and so they're looking at a new model. And so we are assisting in that recruiting activities. And of course, we have some service agreements with Admiston-Bromley that are based on the user fee bylaw that you just looked at. And so that would be our agreement for labor charge out rates with them. In addition, any costs that we incur, for example, placing ads in a newspaper, we simply just pass those on at actual costs for the projects that we are involved in. And so that's item number 9, really just updating this committee is that we have an engagement already with Admiston-Bromley. Item 10, at the August 25th session of County Council, there was a request to have an updated organizational chart. And we had one done, as a matter of fact, in July. So we had one current one that we could share. And so that is attached as Appendix 8 to my committee package. Item number 11, the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. And of course, the federal government has recently passed some legislation to make this a federal statutory holiday. We have a number of collective agreements that have some language in them that require us to add this holiday to the list of stat holidays for those collective agreements. And that would be Bonnechere Manor CUPE, Miramichi Lodge CUPE, ONA in both Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge, as well as the Renfrew County Housing Corporation. And essentially the language suggests, plus any other day proclaimed as a stat holiday by the federal and/or provincial government. For our non-union group, we have a policy as opposed to a collective agreement, and that policy EO3 lists our statutory and paid holidays, and it has the same language, any other day proclaimed hereafter by the federal or provincial government to be recognized as an additional holiday. So therefore, our non-union group would also be granted this holiday. And as a result, through discussions with Paul and the senior leadership team, our offices will move to being closed on that. I believe it's a Thursday, September the 30th. And item number 12, Chair, I think that's the last item in my package. No, I have 13 and 14. I'll just carry on in the interest of time. Item number 12 then is a council and non-union compensation review. We did a council compensation review in 2018 for this current term of council through the implementation of a citizens review panel. And that 3-person panel made some recommendations on changes to council remuneration for the term of council that is now before us. A similar review was conducted in 2014 through a panel as well. And in preparation for the 2022 municipal election cycle, we have issued a request for proposal to engage a third party to undertake a similar review in relation to comparator municipalities, and comparator being those municipalities that have similar or like services, similar population bases, total municipal expenditures, and other economic indicators like median household income. And so in addition to that, the CIO has requested that we conduct a non-union compensation review. The last one was from 2013 to ensure that salary ranges for our key benchmark positions continue to address internal equity as well as reflect compensation practices when compared to external market comparators. And so the CAO has requested that we issue an RFP to present those findings to council in early 2022. And so we put those RFPs together. Those were issued with a closing date of August the 31st. We had, I think, about half a dozen responses to each one of those RFPs. We've selected the top 3 to come forward with a presentation to an evaluation committee. And so in keeping with that and recognizing the timeframes that are before us, we would like to make some recommendations to this committee about both of these tender awards. Would like to do that before we meet again as county council, and would be recommending that perhaps like we did with the information technology RFP, if we could coordinate a virtual meeting of this committee, and we're suggesting the day before on Tuesday, just for a brief review of our findings and recommendations. We would like to do that. Now, since we've released the package, we understand that a couple of members have some conflicts with Tuesday morning. So perhaps we could today find a different time or even a different date, but perhaps 1 o'clock on Tuesday for this meeting, or 2 o'clock might work well for the committee. Maybe with that, Chair, I only have resolutions after that, but I could stop there.
Thank you, Jeff. So we'll go back to item number 5 and see if there's any questions or concerns. COVID-19 corporate financial summary. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to wonder if through you, if Mr. Foss, there were 2 notes, actually 2 items within the net expense surplus column, second one from the right, that are in red, and the note says will result in admin revenue allocated. I just wonder if perhaps Mr. Foss could expand on that a little bit.
And through you, Chair. So a couple of these programs come with essentially an administration component. So in order to deliver these programs, the province or the senior level government funding agency allows us to retain a portion of the total pool of funds, and that is to support all of the administration that's involved in getting these programs up and running and implemented, and getting these programs operating within our community. And so as we look at the funding program to June the 30th, we actually have expenditures of 695,000, but we have an allocation, an administration allocation of $97,000 that would be attached to that program. So, you know, based on where we come at the end of the year, we have an ability to offset some of our administration costs with the funding that's available from these programs. And that happens in two areas, also in the Renfrew County Housing Corporation through SSRF version 3, if you will. Again, there's an administration component to delivering all of those programs. So we have the ability to retain some of those and not send them out to third-party agencies or individuals.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Item number 6, joint and several liability. Any concerns, questions? Item 7, Renfrew County and District Health Unit funding formula. Item 8, introduction to the human resource team. Thank you for that, Jeff. That was very interesting, and it'll be good to get Greg introduced to our CAOs and teams at the lower tier municipalities. Human resource, number 9, human resource service level agreement, ADMAS. Oh, sorry, Councillor Bros.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just in response to the previous item about the human resources team, just a question, I guess, if the demand for the service exceeds the capacity of staff, is this something that the county would look at bringing on more staff? Because I do expect that municipalities are certainly going to want to take advantage of this, and I'm glad to see the service is now available.
Jeff?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. And I guess this issue came up even back in February when we introduced this as a concept to not simply restructure the department internally, but to look at providing one additional individual. And so with 17 municipalities, you know, there was issues around capacity, and will we be able to support all of the municipalities that have a need for this service? And I think the discussion at the time was, well, let's start here and see if our resources are adequate to support all of the needs that come in on a timely basis, because telling you that we can do it, but we can't get around to it for 6 months isn't always helpful for you. So I think, you know, this is really our launch. This is the beginning of what we're hoping to do. We do have an item number 14 to discuss today, which will severely have an impact on our capacity, you know, depending on what this committee and county council decides to do. So I think the intention was that if the demand was there, it still makes sense from a business model to consolidate the human resources expertise and skills in one area and to share that throughout the county. But like all professional designations, there is only a limited supply of these folks available to us within Renfrew County, and we've hired a whole bunch of folks, very skilled, very experienced folks. And what are the opportunities we have to continue to try and hire even more HR professionals, you know, to the team? If we get to that point, you know, we'd like to be able to try, but I think those decisions are with committee and council about any further upstaffing to support capacity. But we're gonna take a run at it as we are right now and see how we can do.
Thank you. Anything further? Okay, item 9, human resource service agreement with ADMAS and Bromley. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly want to acknowledge the rapid response that the County of Renfrew has taken up. Meeting with me, I cannot recall actually now when the first meeting was. I think certainly both fate and fortune have intervened here both with respect to the unfortunate medical leave of the the public works supervisor, but also I think that we are seeing once again the challenge in municipal administration staffing with respect to the incredibly tight market that exists within there, and the needs and ambitions and aspirations of those engaged in the field, that it is a seller's market. And I think we are seeing that. So what we certainly in Admaster Brumley have realized or recognized is truly what the definition of rock hard place. So I certainly want to acknowledge the engagement with the county to provide stability and continuity for Admaster Brumley as we rectify and address these situations. So thank you.
Thank you. Item 10, County of Renfrew org chart. Thank you for that, Jeff. Councillor Rose.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a quick question. I noticed vacancies for senior planner and the tourism and digital marketing coordinator. Are we close to having those positions filled?
So I saw Craig there, Craig or Paul?
Well, I think Craig should answer that one.
Craig?
Yeah, through you, Chair. All the positions in tourism has been filled. I'm sure that this organizational chart was created probably a few weeks ago for the report and just not updated to incorporate the new names and the people in those positions.
Great, thank you. Item 11. Oh, sorry, Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a kind of more technical questions. I'm very pleased at this. I want to thank Corporate Services for providing this. Just kind of some technical questions. I see some boxes with double lines around them. I see reporting structures that I do wonder about, such as within finance. It seems that it is a direct reporting line from receptions through clerk. Is that accurate, or are these ultimately reporting to manager, et cetera? It seems I'm unsure within the provincial offenses. It's clearly identifies the reporting up through the manager, but within finance, it's showing a linear reporting structure. I'm just wondering if that's accurate. The second question was, I was looking for where the asset management coordinator might be placed now, because I didn't see it here.
Jeff?
Thank you through you for the question. So I'm hoping that the org chart is, for example, in corporate services, reflects the fact that we have one administrative assistant that's supporting the director. And then there are 4 managers that are reporting up directly through the director. That would be POA, finance, HR, and IT. And so below each one of those individuals, for example, in the first box, payroll administrator, accounting technicians, accounting clerk, and reception are all reporting directly through to the finance manager. And so that's the intention of how it's structured. All of those shaded boxes, if you will, really represent sort of managers that have some responsibility for subcategories down through the organizational chart. So just using mine as an example, and I trust that's the picture that we're trying to relay to this committee. Secondly, on the question was with respect to an asset management coordinator. That position is vacant currently. And that has something to do with the recent restructuring that took place between the Renfrew County Housing Corporation and the property department, whereas those positions within the Housing Corporation are reporting up and through to the property folks within development and property. The individual who was our asset management coordinator was filling dual roles and is now fulfilling the role of engineering services supervisor, I think it's called, within that new structure. So hope that answers that question.
Okay, Councillor Donoghue.
Thank you, and you know, it's technical and arcane. All I was looking at was within the reporting structure for the finance manager. Just the line is suggesting that the receptionist reports to the accounting clerk one, who reports to accounting clerk one, who reports to accounting technician versus the information manager of information technology, which show them each reporting to the manager itself. It's a technical question, but at least I understand it. Thank you.
Okay, anything further? No. Item 11, National Truth and Reconciliation. Item 12, Request for Proposal, Council on Non-Union Compensation. And I guess we'll move then to resolutions, Jeff.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Sorry,
Councillor
Chair.
Donoghue.
And Mayor
Sorry.
Sweet has his hand up as well, sir.
I was remiss. I apologize, Mr. Chair, with respect to item number 12. I was one of the two members that Mr. Foss had referenced. To the last Tuesday of each month is the Board of Health, wherein each of the chair of Finance Administration and myself would be in attendance at the time that is proposed. So yeah, I would certainly recommend that be moved. And I think for safety's sake, perhaps as the next Board of Health meeting will be the first one since June, that there may be some backlog that 2 o'clock, if that would suit the committee.
So this is for the additional meeting to get the tenders on. So is 2 o'clock suit everyone?
Chair, I believe Mayor Sweet has his hand up.
Yeah, Mayor Sweet.
Yeah, I can't meet on the 28th at all. But I'm comfortable with if there's a quorum going forward to make recommendations. I don't have a problem with that. I can meet on Monday, but I cannot meet on Tuesday. I'm tied up for the day.
Okay, so Jeff, do we want to go ahead with the Tuesday with Mayor Sweet's permission there?
Chair, I do see that our warden maybe has a comment.
Warden Robinson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm okay with Tuesday at 2 if we're not going to be any longer than half an hour. I have another commitment at 3. So I don't know if Monday is suitable or not.
I'm okay both days.
The only conflict that I have, and I will speak on this one exclusively for myself, the only conflict that I had was the proposed timing on Tuesday. Other than that, I do not have a conflict on Monday.
Tom? You're muted there, Tom.
So what are we looking at now? Monday or Tuesday? Tuesday, I'm fine.
Okay, and you're
28th, right?
March 28th at 2 o'clock.
March?
No, sorry, September.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I'm good for Monday or Tuesday.
So we're, okay, Jeff, so you'll send out a notice?
Yeah, it seems to be maybe is there a preference to a Monday? Is the committee available at say 11 on Monday instead of Tuesday? Or if not, Tuesday at 2. But if Monday at 11 is good for everybody, maybe that's ideal.
Thumbs up if it's okay. It looks like it is.
Okay. The only one that didn't have a thumbs up was Councillor Doncaster on the Monday at 11.
Councillor Doncaster.
If I can get to my button, I'll be fine. I can do Monday at 11. Tuesday at 2 is better, but doesn't matter. Monday at 11 is fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
And so now I think we're moving to resolutions, Jeff.
Thank you, Chair. So item number 13 is COVID-19 vaccination policy. And there is a recommendation that the Finance and Administration Committee recommend to County Council that staff be directed to develop a COVID-19 vaccination policy promoting the maximization of COVID-19 vaccination rates and safety at the County of Renfrew's workplaces, and further that this draft policy be presented at the October 14th meeting of Finance and Admin. We have a couple of significant events in the background. One is on August the 17th, Ontario's Chief Medical Officer of Health did issue a directive about policies being in place for certain sectors of the business community, and that impacts long-term care as well as paramedic services for us. And on September the 1st, the Premier announced that we would be launching a vaccine certificate. And starting September the 22nd, Ontarians would need to be fully vaccinated to and provide proof to access certain public settings. And so with that as the background, the recommendation is that staff consider these items as well as a whole host of other issues in the development of a draft policy to come back to this committee with.
Thank you. Can I have a mover? Councillor Donahue, second by Warden Robinson. All in favor? Carried.
One very last item, which is actually an addendum, Chair.
Oh, yes, item 14.
Yeah, on September the 10th, on Friday, we received some correspondence from Councillor Emo, the chair of the Town of Renfrew's Human Resources Committee, with a proposal, knowing that today would be a discussion or a launch, if you will, of human resource services for all members of county council and local municipalities. It's certainly rather lengthy, and the significant areas, I think, of this proposal, which would be somewhat different from what I presented to you as our cost recovery structure, is there is a request to get away from the user fee bylaw and those charge out rates, looking for a move to something different. And they're suggesting for a full-time employee, essentially occupying 60% of their time, 3 days out of a 5-day week, to be supporting Town of Renfrew Human Resource Services. The rate that's being suggested for $52,000 is about 36% less than what our current rates are in the user fee bylaw. The other, of course, difficulty that we would have is there's a request for an individual to be working on site in the Town of Renfrew. And we've just, of course, recently hired a number of HR staff who were all offered employment to be located here at the County of Renfrew as their principal place of work, Pembroke, Ontario. And so this would be a significant change in somebody's working conditions that we may not get any interest in. So, you know, this is the idea of this additional human resource coordinator position. We're very happy to support the Town of Renfrew and do whatever we can, similar to what we're doing with Admiston Bromley currently. The difficulty is the compensation rate, if you will, is different than council's direction and bylaw. And then we have a bit of a challenge in a request to have that person working on site in Renfrew 7 hours a day, 3 days a week. Obviously, the other 16 municipalities would only have 2 days a week available to them for HR support. So it might be a challenge for us to kind of guarantee a 5-year deal with this sort of a commitment. So we give that to you for your information. I think Renfrew is requesting that we have a negotiation process, and I just provide that to you at this point in time. Thank you.
Paul, you want to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Couple concerns, and I think that at the end of the day, what I would ask committee for is direction for staff to go back to the town of Renfrew to see if we can work and look at a different arrangement, something that would suit them and satisfy our needs as well. One concern that I have, and what we're seeing here, is that one individual one dedicated individual servicing any one municipality presents a couple challenges. So quite often human resource issues at a local and for any municipality are quite complex, and it goes beyond needing just one individual. And to point in case in the support we're providing to Abbotsford Bromley, that has engaged at least 3 or 4 different individuals in addressing some concerns. So you need the human resource coordinator to spearhead and have a conversation about things like replacements, job ads, and all those things that go out. If there's a return to work involved, you need a different skill set involved, and that would be the employee health coordinator who would help guide us there. And then there may be some financial components as well, where you would need maybe the manager with the CPA to intervene and provide us with costing and other types of financial information. So no one individual typically can help you get through an HR problem. So that's a challenge in itself. I think, as Jeff has indicated, 60% would most certainly shortchange the other municipalities. I see that, this may be a new individual or someone with a new contract if we do go down that road. I also see a challenge with respect to the payment schedule. For example, today, this committee passed a motion for an increase to non-union staff of 1.75. And for example, they would propose an increase of 1.5%. So right off the bat, we're now having the other contributors to the county of Renfrew levy support one municipality. So I think there's some equity issues here that need to be discussed. And we need to get a better understanding of what this would look like and how it would impact the other municipalities that comprise the county of Renfrew. Those are my comments, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll open the floor to questions, concerns. Councillor Dennehy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm intrigued at the proposal that came from the town of Renfrew. It seems to me that what is being proposed here, and what I would suggest is that this is an opening position, because this is talking about a whole different service level. Where I'm going with that, perhaps for clarity, it seems that, and I am the beneficiary, or rather my township is the beneficiary right now of the fee for service. And I see an enormous benefit of that, but it is, if I might, the approach is almost as a temporary agency that is coming in to put out fires, something of that sort, whereas what is being proposed here seems akin to, but substantively different from that. Where I would draw from is certainly within each of our municipalities, we have received substantial funds from the province with a view towards investigating innovative approaches towards modernization, towards service delivery, et cetera. And as has the county, and certainly the discussion with Strategy Corp earlier this year, and what has emanated from that, I think has been very helpful. So I'm enormously intrigued at this as approaching it from an FTE basis. And certainly the numbers that Mr. Morrow had suggested vis-a-vis rate increases, those are absolutely not insurmountable. Yeah. Earlier today, we were talking about the formation of Ontario health teams, and that we definitely have the capacity to put those together. We definitely have the capacity to arrive at a structure that would work for all of the municipalities. And the reason I say that is because as Mr. Foss has identified, perhaps the market is not large, but what I would suggest to you is Renfrew has suggested they have a 0.6 FTE requirement. If they find another 0.4 FTE, maybe they are hiring one of the scarce resources that are available for the Human Resources Department at the County of Renfrew. And I think that we have been in that realm, in that dynamic for some time. So I see the merit in this, and I'm going to speak. I would suggest that the town of Renfrew might be considered a mid-sized municipality within the county of Renfrew. I am certainly one of the smallest. Certainly, as I look at this room, I think I'm the smallest, both in assessment and population. There being only Head, Clara, Mariah, and Brunel, Lindach, Raglan that are smaller. We have enormous capacity issues with being able to address compliance at the very least with a very limited budget. So what Renfrew, at least at the initial stages, is proposing is, okay, but if they're going to house this person, then perhaps if it remains as an FTE at the County of Renfrew, perhaps then we are looking at hoteling as opposed to a specific office location. What I'm pleased here is I had not considered this particular approach, so I commend Renfrew for at least committing it to paper as a starting position. I think I heard perhaps from Mr. Foss, maybe it was Mr. Morrow. I don't know if you're seeking direction from committee. There was a mention of pursuing a further discussion with the town of Renfrew, because when I saw this, I thought, well, it's an information item. If committee has the wherewithal to direct that to continue, then I would so move that happen. Otherwise, if this was something that I think that this notionally is something that would be quite of interest for the full county council to see, as opposed to just the finance and administration committee. I think it is in keeping also with a significant consensus that was identified through the strategic planning process, the service delivery process with Strategy Corp. In that was kind of a non-negotiable item for county council that this continue. What is being proposed here is something that is entirely different, but I think is consistent with the initiatives towards finding efficiencies and modernization, and yet continue to allow at a very local level for service levels to be determined at that level with significant support, whether it is with the County of Renfrew or whether it is amongst a grouping of municipalities. But I certainly would wish to see this pursued as a discussion. I think there would be a value in even bringing this forward as an information item to council at the end of this month.
Thank you. Warden Robinson.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to be much shorter than Councillor Donahue. I see this exactly the same way. I see it as part of the, we did a service delivery review. We want to ensure that the County of Renfrew is supporting the lower tier municipalities and that we're relevant to the lower municipalities. So I think this is certainly worth pursuing. Further discussions between the county and the town of Renfrew, I think, is very, very, very important. That's what we want to be here for. We don't want to just, shrug it away and say, well, it doesn't fit within the confines of what we have now. I think it's an excellent proposal. It's obviously very well thought out of. We all know who the author is, who signed it. So I think it's worth pursuing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doncaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think acknowledging that we're approaching 4.5 hours, and on the lighter side, why don't we just look at 19 municipalities in this area, creating one municipality and all amalgamate together?
Thank you. Councillor Sweet.
Yeah, thank you. This is an interesting situation, and it seems to me this goes beyond what I thought the upper tier was putting in place to assist lower tier municipalities. When I say assist, I don't see assist as a long-term 5-year initiative. I think in this particular situation, we have to really hurry slowly, because this is just but one initiative or one area of municipalities that are going through a lot of hurt right now in terms of trying to get employees. Just to put it in perspective, I've lost two building officials. I was looking for a clerk, are looking for a bylaw enforcement officer, etc. And all very, very difficult and absolutely not out there. And we were warned about this by Jim Pine years ago about the initiative. So I think we have to hurry slowly on this one. I think it's very innovative, and knowing Peter, I would expect nothing less than that. But a 5-year commitment to me is going a little bit beyond the flavor, as I understand, of what assisting a lower tier municipality is. If I wanted some HR, okay, I get them for 2 days or a day or half a day, or if I needed planning, I get planning and so forth. I think we've got to be very careful and really digest what has been said here as it impacts the whole of the county of Renfrew. I certainly would want to see and be able to help any lower tier municipality that's in a corner. But I think this goes beyond what I see as the flavor of what assisting a lower tier municipality is all about. So I'd have to really digest this a little bit further to get a better understanding of the implications of this as far as the county is concerned.
Thank you. Paul?
Thank you, Chair. So I mentioned it in my comments, and I know Councillor Donahue referenced it as well. I think what we're looking for in this particular case then from this committee is direction to staff to continue to have a conversation with respect to the town of Renfrew's proposal, and further that the information or proposal as provided to the Finance and Admin Committee by the town of Renfrew also be brought forward to County Council for information.
Correct.
So
Thank you.
Over in a seconder for that direction.
Yep, moved by Councillor Donahue, seconded by Councillor Sweet. All in favor? It's carried.
If I might, Mr. Chair, I know that it is carried and I'm satisfied with that. Just as perhaps an addendum to what Mr. Morrow had suggested, absolutely that there is something concrete in front of us now provides some guidance, or at least those breadcrumbs are there to follow. But that it be twofold, that it is both to engage with the town of Renfrew, but also to continue to investigate whether the town of Renfrew or some other model that may be able to provide the services that are being sought here, or the model that is being proposed.
Thank you. I think that's correct. And I know that there are other municipalities that may want to pick up the extra days if they're there. One of the items I was having a challenge with is the rate now, and Jeff had sent me the rate chart ahead of time. And when you look at a manager at $100 an hour, that works out to $182,000 a year. Now that was further explained today, you know, with all the various overheads that build it up. But, you know, when we look at the lower tier, we say $182,000, we could get 2 of them. But, you know, we got to make sure that Renfrew in this and any of the lower tiers understands how we build up those rates. And I guess they've been in existence for some time. But, and I got to say, I disagree somewhat with Mayor Sweet, because I don't think there should be a time limit on when we help our lower tier municipalities. You know, if putting somebody in the building at the county of Renfrew so they have support from other HR managers and are managed properly, because we at the lower tier can't do it. It doesn't matter if that's a long-term deal, as long as townships that aren't using it are not paying for it. And I feel like that's my perception of it anyway. So I'm very happy to hear that it'll be investigated further and see where it goes. Okay, anything further on that? So I think that ends Jeff's, just if I can get a mover for the report as a whole. Warden Robinson, and second by Mayor Donahue. All in favor? And that's carried. And for services, then we move to new business. Does anyone have anything under new business? I do have one item, and it's kind of pertains to the same thing. I was wanted to bring forward a recommendation. This is something that I had brought up at Operations Committee, that staff be directed to review the opportunity to support lower tier municipalities for the public works function and see if there's interest among other lower tier municipalities. I know this is something that was discussed through our leg group, and some of the municipalities were interested in getting help, and other municipalities within our leg group already have directors of public works. So there may be an opportunity, at the county. I know our township could probably use a day a week from someone, and perhaps there's other ones. So I'm wondering if staff could be directed to look at this opportunity and see if there's any appetite from other municipalities within the county of Renfrew. Councillor Doncaster.
So just procedurally, point of clarification, should this not be done as a notice of motion?
We're at committee at this point, and so under new business, I believe Councillor Hunt can put that forward, but I'd have to clarify. I think you're safe to do it under new business because this is the notice of motion. It will be brought forward, but let me look. I think we're good. Rose, are you still there?
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. So unless it was, just to clarify, unless it was in between council and committee meetings, and there was no other opportunity to put the motion on the table, then we would need a notice of motion. But that is, we have this opportunity to put it on the floor today.
Warden Robinson.
I will second that just so we can get the discussion moving. And by the way, you have chaired the longest finance and administration committee meeting for 2021. Congratulations, sir.
Don't tell Jennifer. Okay, so I've moved it and it's been seconded by Warden Robinson. Any further comments? Councillor Donoghue.
Sorry, I wonder, I certainly am on the gist of the conversation, Chair Hunt. I just wonder if you could repeat the motion itself.
Okay, so the recommendation is that staff be directed to review the opportunity to support lower tier municipalities in the area of public works and see if there's interest among other municipalities to proceed with this. Councillor Donoghue.
Thank you. I want to be clear. I'll preface my comments by saying I think that there is an opportunity perhaps across the corporate entity. And the reason I'm saying this, as probably all of committee is aware, both Chair Hunt and myself of everyone gathered here today, we're part of the LEG, or Local Efficiency Group, which was, I've lost track, I think 8 perhaps municipalities at the southern portion of the county of Renfrew. And I think that what the chair is kind of discussing is viewing perhaps the county of Renfrew as one of 19 municipalities. That is the 17 lower tier, the city of Pembroke, and the county of Renfrew as simply perhaps another municipal organization. And certainly part of that discussion within our initiative, facilitated by the Dillon Consulting Group, was consistent with the finding efficiencies, modernization, et cetera, and increasing capacity, but perhaps recognizing the changing dynamic. All of that is the preamble of I think that this is a larger beast. I think that perhaps the conversation that is going to ensue at the direction of this committee with the town of Renfrew vis-a-vis HR might be able to inform a broader conversation. I'm certainly most thankful to have on a temporary basis the assistance of Mr. Perkins vis-a-vis the public works. That is not a long-term solution for our municipality. I recognize that, but I'm just want to be careful about even directing council on this, staff on this, because the snowball is growing, I think, as it is descending the hill a little bit. And maybe that is consistent with what even Councillor Sweet had suggested of hurry up on a slow pace, be careful of how broad this becomes right off the bat, given that those conversations were held within the LEG group over a number of months.
Thank you. Further comment?
Yeah.
Mayor Sweet?
Yeah, I don't disagree that this is part of a much broader issue in terms of getting qualified individuals that they're just not out there. They're just not coming into the system. So much so, we've gone to contract for chief building officials. We have a chief building official contract organization out of Southern Ontario who does all of our building because we lost 2 building officials for a whole host of reasons. So we had to contract that out. We've also contracted out the Corps of Commissioners, contracted out, and they do all of our parking bylaws, water infractions, property standards, and things of that nature. So there's opportunities out there for beyond the county of Renfrew. There are, and I think that's an opportunity for say the LEG group to take a look at some of those things as well. This is just the tip of the iceberg, quite frankly, in terms of where we're going with this, the potential to go there. If we want to study this, that's fine. But I think, in fairness, there are a number of opportunities and organizations that are out there that will contract directly with with a municipality to deliver a level of service. We didn't realize there was, for example, this organization out there called RSM that was service delivery for chief building officials. They do all our site plans, they take a look at it, and we have one individual part-time who physically goes out and checks on the site plan. And it's worked perfectly well. Commissioners do all our parking bylaws, animal control, property standards as well, etc. So there are opportunities, I think, that can be explored by lower tier municipalities without getting into hiring individuals to do that, because the market is very, very thin in terms of getting qualified individuals. And as I said before, we were cautioned about that by Jim Pine, I'm going to say 5 years ago, when he said, 115,000 are getting out, are retiring and getting out of the business. So I would suggest that, we take a look at that. And the other thing I would recommend is that take a look and see what is in fact out there. Because I think if you dig a little bit, you'll find someone who's willing, an organization who's willing to look after the needs of municipalities.
Thank you. Well, we presently are using a consulting firm, but we don't see that as a long-term solution, just as we used a consulting firm to do our pay equity and so on, while HR was getting put in place. But once again, we just want to, would appreciate if the county could look at it as another way to do business. And then if it turns out it's not the way to go, well, then at least we've explored it. So I think we have the motion on the table, and we just need to vote on it.
Yes.
So all in favor? And that's carried. And nothing in closed. Date of the next meeting is Thursday, October 14, 2021. Have I missed anything, Paul or Rose?
Not that I'm aware, sir. Congratulations.
Thanks for the record, Deb.
Glenn, can I talk to you?